Around the Table, which is a magazine that gets sent out to the stores.
Mm-hmm.
And this one here is very nice. So this is a Quinton Hoover original,
Oh,
which
wow.
isn't on a sorcery card. Maybe there will be a way to use it, but you see how the format isn't.
Yeah,
It doesn't quite have enough space around it and so on
yeah, yeah.
to make it on a full art sorcery card. But it's very, very nice regardless.
Oh, that's cool. Zooming in. Anything we can see? Awesome.
And
Well, it
it
looks
would
like
be.
we. Mhm.
I was just gonna say there's a Ruby courier there as well. It's a bit
Very
small,
cool.
so you might not see it on the camera, but just a shout out there.
Awesome. Well, I'm sure Jack is going to be very happy. And if it is the first issue, then one of my deck techs will be in there too. So, but
Oh,
we are
yeah.
at 5 o'clock your time. I believe is it what time is it in New Zealand?
11 a.m. now.
11 a.m. Okay, perfect. And 5 o'clock here. So we're going to get started. We have a full packed room. This is incredible. There's folks lining the back wall. We've got a couple of folks that are coming in now. And I'm just really excited to be here to help to moderate this session. What's up, avatars? Grigory Rasputin here, and welcome to our moderated session with Eric of Eric's Curiosa, where we're going to be opening the floor for some questions near the end, talking about game design, art direction, and everything sorcery. We've got a nice action-packed hour for you guys and had some pre-submitted questions. So just a brief overview of the kind of the structure. What we're going to hopefully get into first is talking a little bit about the current state of the game, where we're at. Obviously, the Gothic release is pretty recent. Then thinking about where things are going to be going next, going through some of the submitted questions, and then ultimately opening it up to questions from the audience here and giving them a chance to ask you anything that they may be interested in terms of what's next for sorcery. So anything you'd like to add to that, Eric, before we jump in?
Uh, Not really. It sounds perfect. So
Awesome.
ready to go.
10 out of 10. Great. As you guys know, we had just an incredible release of Gothic, just a lot of really fun cards. The set itself, I think, in terms of everyone sharing their experience with me, has just been really well received. And in terms of the game design and art direction, we did see a larger set this time compared to the previous set, Arthurian Legends. And I wanted to give you a chance to talk a little bit about your experience, Eric, in terms of seeing the community's response to Gothic, how you kind of felt as it was
It's
being developed and how it
9:15.
was received, both in terms of the art, which I think was just incredible, and also some of the new mechanics that were introduced.
Well, it's been good to see. I think it's relatively early on. Like we kind of knew that it was a great set because we have play testers and people that we get a little bit of a preview, and people seem to like it a lot there. And it was also the way that stylistically it goes back to dark, sort of more of a darker feel. It's not exactly horror because the game is a little bit of a has a there's a certain fun tone to it still,
Mm-hmm.
but it seems like it's something that was just headed for success, or everyone seemed to resonate with it. And it's also a big deal, like having the extra pre-cons makes it even bigger in a sense, so
Mm-hmm.
that helps a lot too.
Yeah, and I know that during our conversation at SorceryCon last year, you had shared that the kind of design philosophy behind Gothic and then the future sets moving forward was to start with precons and then build out from there and kind of flesh out cards as your card pool expanded. How do you feel that went with Gothic, seeing that, focus on the precons and then expanding out to fill the set out?
Yes, well, that worked well. So even for Arthurian Legends, we have, you could call them theme decks, like they aren't precons, but you make sure that it's possible to build decks that have like very strong themes within the set. Because if you don't have cards like that, then like that sort of establishes the tone. But with Gothic, then we had to actually release them as precons, which puts it's kind of tricky to do in the sense that you need to have a certain, so say Necromancer, for example, then you would need to have enough undead in the elements that the Necromancer deck uses. So there's a bit of sort of wrestling back and forth to get that to work, but it's good. And that kind of theme deck or precon one, like we would use that in every set going forward as well, even if they don't have precons.
Yeah, so really thinking about each set kind of having a core grouping of cards that you build out from, and then I don't want to necessarily use the word tribal to describe that, but a set of thematically oriented cards that are going to be used to support that core set that you're building out.
Yes, exactly. So, well, in Gothic, it's obvious what type of core themes we had, but in Arthurian
Yes,
Legends,
yeah.
we had, like, for example, a witch deck versus a knight deck, so that they
Hmm.
could duke it out.
Very
Uh,
cool. Any potential ideas on what other core sets might look like in the future, or is that something that we can't get into today?
oh, we I wouldn't, I wouldn't announce
There we
anything
go.
here. Uh, I know it's kind of tough to have because I imagine most people there would. Well, the main question is always future stuff. So
Yes, yes. No, I
I'm
know.
aware of that, but I'll have to be careful.
No, that was an
But
unfair one.
I can say that we are working extremely hard on pre-condex right now for the last couple of weeks.
Very
That will
cool.
be kind of surprising in a way, and they are very strong thematically. But yeah, I'm
Very
not
cool.
ready to talk about the themes or anything specific.
No, you're good. One of the questions that I've had a lot of folks ask me too in terms of the pre-con decks, is there any potential plan in terms of like the game design and making it accessible to new players to having almost like a fold out paper mat that's included in the pre-cons to let new players jump straight in? Or is that something in terms of the design for future pre-con sets that you haven't really thought of?
So personally, I when researching sorcery and doing the like very early on playtesting, I did try some paper, like fold out paper mats for similar kind of square grid or playfield games. And I didn't like it's hard to get it to mesh well with the kind of bespoke, super high quality game feel
Hmm.
that also is the goal with sorcery. With that said, we're gonna try something with the next, I think it's in the next store kit. We're gonna try to put so we have posters in those sets, and then we will make a playfield on the back. So
Oh,
that
very
at
cool.
least means it means getting a sort of more playmats out there in a way that hopefully increases accessibility a little bit.
Very cool. So it's like a dual purpose mat and poster, and something that the stores will get. Is that something that's going to be coming
Yes.
within Gothic's cycle, or is that something that's planned for the future?
So I think that will come up out as soon as we can, basically,
Mhm.
which means with Gothic.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, I'm very excited to hear that. And I think the other thing too is just getting more stores engaged, getting more players engaged, and increasing ways for people to have accessible but creative ways to engage in their local game store if they don't have access to the mats. So, thinking about the next steps in terms of where you see things moving in the future, I don't know if this is something that we can talk about just more in terms of like the general thematically oriented approach to sorcery, not necessarily like what the content of the next set will be. Is there anything that you've learned from Gothic that is going to really inform your design decisions moving forward with future sets?
Uh, Probably there's some kind of print and collation related things related to large sets that was a learning.
Yeah.
Um, Otherwise, I would say that the way that we handle thresholds, like the double threshold sites, like that is a more sorcery thing. I think we as designers kind of more clearly understand the game and
Hmm.
understand where we want thresholds to be. So that would be one thing
Hmm.
going forward. Where, especially if you compare alpha, then it's super easy to get, like, you can play 4 element decks super easily. So that's one way. So I see Gothic as more kind of complete and correctly designed in a way.
Hmm.
Um,
And is that focusing more on the threshold that's granted by sites, or more the threshold that is required to play spells and actually put cards out there?
yeah, both, but
Both.
in the sense that more spells have higher thresholds, and it would be more of a thing to go deeply into single elements that
Hmm.
that I find interesting. Um, what else? Gothic. Yeah, so that would be one thing that going forward, it would be a little bit more like that, and that's a little bit a similar learning from Arthurian Legends was how we focused that one a lot on draft and limited, and then we kind of learned and sort of nailed that many of the sort of design procedures down, and now that's applied to Gothic as well. So hopefully all sets, Arthurian Legends and Forward, work well for draft and limited, and now all sets going forward would be a bit more sort of correct when it comes to the elemental pie and like the way that you can get access to more powerful cards by getting really deep into certain elements, and then with the side, like with the double sides, you have options to get super deep into elements as well.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing a lot of those cards that were designed maybe with the higher elemental thresholds, Mesmerism being a good example of that, seeing a really significant increase in play with the release of Gothic and the dual sites. And, it's exciting to know that that's something that you feel pretty comfortable about moving forward. Is there an example of a card that you were maybe surprised that wasn't utilized as much in previous sets, that as Gothic has been released and you're seeing it enter the new ecosystem with dual threshold sites, or more sites that allow for specific approaches, that you were surprised that that card, made a debut or didn't even?
Um, I have a bit of a hard time thinking of a specific card. Well, mesmerism is one of those, I guess.
Hmm.
Uh, yeah, I off the top of my head, I don't like. There would be obvious ones when, like, if I look at deck lists and so on.
Hmm.
But yeah, I don't have any specific one like that. But it seems like, well, I guess we will see after SorceryCon. It seems like there's a big variety of decks and even avatars. So that's a
Hmm.
good thing, and I guess that's a surprising thing in itself, that just the incredible variety of avatars that were played right after
Hmm.
Gothic was released. And
Yeah.
Druid nerfed, I guess. That might matter a lot there.
I don't know if you heard the sound from the audience there. There was a pretty unanimous chuckle.
Yeah.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about that design decision, because that was a pretty huge one, right? In terms of making the choice to tone the druid down and adjust it after seeing its power level with Arthurian Legends.
Yeah, so that it did come after quite a long time of trying to. So one thing I want to do a lot is to design like counterplay cards or like anti cards, so that there's always a way to include tools in a deck if you want to defeat certain things. But with Druid, it was extremely tough because it's like, if an avatar per definition is flexible and has more resources, and that's its thing, like,
Hmm.
how do you counterplay against someone that has more resources and is more
Yeah.
flexible than you and has access to more tools than you, has access to spells from like all like proximity doesn't really matter to Druid, and
Yeah.
so it was just a bit too much. Where if we try to design cards that are good against Druid, you get a side like like cards that are good against Druid, then they can completely obliterate like two other avatars. So
Hmm.
it actually kind of you try to create counterplay against Druid, and it actually makes Druid even more the only avatar you can play because now the cards made against Druid actually kills other avatars even more. So
Yeah.
it's kind of a tough situation like that where at some point it just becomes obvious that it's better for the game uh, to tone that down and yeah, for things to go forward. Another thing is if you have an avatar where you have to be very careful with designing any new cards because it might become too good in Druid. So an example of that would be transform cards
Hmm.
because Druid always has a free minion to transform. So then, like a whole class of cards, you practically can't design them because they just become too good in Druid, and they will always be better in Druid than other Avatar decks. So that's another kind of huge red flag that it might just be easiest to do the nerf, even though that's kind of a horrible thing to do as well. But yeah, it's a tough situation like that. But I hopefully it's proven that it worked well given the increased diversity now.
Yeah. And I know, as you had previously mentioned too, designing around a card, for instance, like Archimago, which was also very powerful, being able to include
Yes.
the graveyard manipulation or cemetery manipulation cards in Gothic to kind of control the power of Archimago, but not
Yeah.
make it
So
an option for
so
Druid.
game design wise, the comparison between Druid and Archimago is a very interesting one because Archimago you can create counterplay against without hurting other things way
Hmm.
too much. You do have Death Speaker tends to be collateral damage for anti-Archimago cards, but that's a way nicer situation than when we try to do things against Druid. So.
Yeah, and thinking about the avatars, I've been spending a lot of time just looking at the Gothic set comparison to Alpha, Beta, and then Arthurian Legends. There were a lot of avatars released with Gothic. Is that something that you envision for future sets, where you're going to have a much wider range of avatars available to players, or do you feel like you're testing the waters to see what the right number is, starting with the smaller side with Arthurian Legends, and then seeing how increasing the number of avatars really impacts the state of the game with Gothic?
Well, I would say it depends on the set. So Gothic, the way that the theme is quite general, like it lends itself to creating more avatars, while
It's
in Arthurian
9:30.
Legends it would feel kind of to say something like Duplicator. It isn't necessarily a kind of Gothic horror card, but it still fits really well in Gothic. But
Hmm.
putting a Duplicator um, in Arthurian Legends would be a little bit kind of strange thematically. And the same goes for a lot of things like Magician, for example. Like it's just easier to put a lot of avatars in a set that is quite a more broad thing. So, but I do think we will kind of sometimes it's a very broad set theme and sometimes narrow. Like you vary it a bit. So and maybe there's a narrow set theme that just lends itself really well for a lot of avatars too, then
Hmm.
of course it will happen. But
Yeah.
it's less of a kind of decision of we want 8 avatars in each set and more like how easy it turns out to make fitting and good avatars for the set at hand.
Yeah. Yeah. So really taking the approach of the number of avatars is what it's going to be based on testing, the theme, and how it just feels with the overall balance for the set, but not having a set, oh, we need
Yes, yeah.
a specific number. And I'm glad you brought up Duplicator. That was going to be one of my questions. And looking at all the Gothic avatars, Duplicator, I think, has gotten not that much attention, but thinking about future sets, are you worried at all about how Duplicator might become a bit overpowered with a wider range of uniques to choose from in the future, and If so, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, that is also what makes it kind of fun and interesting to think about it. So you have to take some risks, I guess. Hopefully that one, I'm not super worried about that one too, just because it's not too hard to conceive counterplay cards against it as well.
Mhm.
So I I try to tend to use that as a sort of safety mechanism where is it possible to deal with it later? Then you can sort of be a little bit more free with the designs.
Very cool. I'm excited to see how it plays out. I've already started to test a couple of my own duplicator decks, and man, is it fun. And
It
thinking about avatars and the way that they interact with one another, with the current set, there's a number of questions that were submitted from individuals in advance asking what your favorite Gothic avatar is. Do you have a specific favorite that you've really been just pleased with how it plays or how you enjoy playing with it?
so I do like Harbinger, but that's mostly because it's sort of strongly thematic, but also the way that it's not often that you have an avatar like the scribbled test avatar ended up
Hmm.
very close to the final version of it. There's some limitations on the final version, so you can't do it like too many too many times and so on. But it's kind of a rare confluence of things that leads to a scribbled test card actually working out in the game like
Hmm.
half a year later. And that's kind of rare and satisfying when that happens. Plus, I always enjoyed playing those like test games with it as well, and it creates new situations where you kind of adapt to the playing field in a way that isn't always the same.
Hmm. Yeah, it's kind of the random element at the beginning just forces your opponent to have to respond, and there's a little bit of an element of luck to it as well.
Yeah, yeah, there is that, but I also kind of enjoy the fatalness of being like having to adapt to really bad luck and maybe it will not work out, but
Like rolling all your bad
better,
line.
yeah, better luck
Now,
next game, I guess. Yeah.
now, now, what I will say is the games that I've played against Harbinger, and I see one of my good friends Eric in the back room. He has rolled right next to me, like the two of the three last games that I played with him. So the Harbinger, I think randomness tends to at least have one of those sites that you can cast to be pretty close. So it's a really neat concept. Do you see more avatars in the future having that random element to it, or is this something that you want to keep special for Harbinger?
Uh, it's hard to predict. I'm sure we will look at it because seeing Harbinger as a nice design that can create fun play and similar to like cards like Headless Haunt,
Mm-hmm.
it has randomness, but it also has like it's sort of less random than it might seem in a way,
Yeah.
and it
Yeah.
creates interesting plays. So
Yeah. And
we're
especially
always
as the
looking
game
for
progresses too, and more sites get played, you almost have to think about, do I want to play this site here versus take a different approach to building out the battlefield essentially.
yeah. So it's randomness, but you can still play around the randomness and try to react to it. There would still be some games where like you just get the perfect randomness or worst possible randomness, I guess. But yeah.
What happens if you roll the same site? Just stack them up.
On Harbinger,
Yeah.
well, I think it has to be three different ones. I
Three
don't
different
remember
ones. There we go.
exactly what that would have been one of the playtesting things
Yeah.
that came up, and we had to solve afterwards.
Awesome. And kind of in that theme too, a lot of folks had submitted questions actually asking about the multiplayer experience with Sorcery, sharing, their enjoyment of that experience. I know we're having a number of events firing here with four-player free-for-alls, but also some cooperative team gaming. Do you see a future for kind of a more standardized or organized format that's officially supported in terms of multiplayer play in the future?
It's definitely possible. I do want to have an approach though where the community kind of finds it first, and then we can possibly support it more uh, with well, we can support it with some cards that work for it maybe in the future, and we can always do official playmats and so on when it becomes official. But I do think it's one of those things where, as a company with, I think we're 11 people now, but say we're 5 designers, like you don't have so big, like we can't spend so much time like trying to make a new format like that as opposed to creating more classic sets, and we can still in the just one versus one cards, like we can still make sure that the cards work in a multiplayer context, and there's also some cards where you specifically make them work better in multiplayer just as a sort of future proofing. But yeah, it's more like we're looking closely at it. If it takes off and if people play it a lot, um, then we would consider sort of supporting it more officially. Another reason why we haven't done so much there is that alternate formats like that, it's always easier to do when the card pool is bigger. And with a card pool, like in order to help new formats, the priority should be to create a bigger card pool anyway, which you do with just creating normal sets for now that have a lot of just one versus one cards. So, yeah,
And it kind
but
of
yeah, I'll
organically fills
definitely
out.
look
And
at but yeah, but I'll definitely look at how many players and like what happened in the games at SorceryCon as well. So yeah.
you heard that, guys. Make sure if you like the multiplayer formats to register for those events. And if you want, we've been playing some on the side too, so I can send you the numbers for those as well. So
Okay,
we've kind of built that
great.
into our local community. It's been a wonderful change of pace. And I think having, the different options to play sealed, constructed, draft, or multiplayer formats are really, really cool. And hearing that it may be something in the future that can be formally supported, I think is really awesome as well. So, really thinking about, I think, the next steps, and I want to then, in a couple minutes, transition to some of the other questions that have been asked in advance before we open it up to the floor. 2026 is, off to a great start with Sorcery. Gothic, I think, has been, a huge hit in our local stores and seeing the buzz and increase in engagement. What do you kind of see for the roadmap for the rest of 2026 in terms of how you're hoping the year will pan out, whether it be with organized play events? I know we've got Avatar of the Realm coming later this year, which we just saw that released too, and how might that change kind of the design and art direction of the sets you're developing in the future too?
Well, I'll leave it to the relevant team members to do the proper announcement. But I can say that for Gothic, we do get into a situation where so we finish Gothic and it has like a huge number of cards, and then we move on to doing like organized play kits and so on, which we now are
Mhm.
trying to get out as quickly as possible. But for the next set after Gothic, we already planned to have the release of that way more simultaneous, and then that's the goal going forward. So you can kind of see it as well, Arthurian Legend makes draft good. Gothic that year we increased the number of designed cards and make a lot of avatars, and this the set after Gothic, then we will make sure that organized play is sort of on is timely released at the same time. So it's like every year we kind of fix one kind of major thing about the game. I
Yeah.
well, that's the goal anyway.
Yeah. So really
Yeah.
taking just a very intentional, stepwise approach to, setting the foundation for success in the future, but building it out, knowing the limitations of such a small team too.
Yeah. And when it comes to uh, well, art direction and thematically, we would have like organized play. You make it fit with the set to be released. So this will be the case with Gothic now, even though it will be released a bit later. But in the future, it will be sort of more closely integrated, and the Dust Store too. Like it's sort of more kind of merging into one and the same experience with the set is the goal, rather than um, kind of a bit disjointed. And yeah.
Very cool. So it sounds like in the future, will that happen kind of close together time-wise, where all those things would be released within the same, couple of weeks, or is that something that you're thinking is just more cohesively done, but over a longer period of time?
Um, well, both, I guess. So when when releasing the set, you have so logistically you have store kits go out with the set itself. So it's easier to get started right away with stores because they can host tournaments. And then you do cornerstone kits, are more like small price kits that are very simple to just mail rather than these bulky boxes that are a little bit hard to get out. So it would be kind of a more seamless and simple and efficient procedure there. And then again, more thematically kind of developed at the same time as the set so that it all fits together and hopefully works well.
Very cool.
So I guess I'm revealing a little bit about the next set, I guess, in a sense here, but I guess that's
Well,
unavoidable. Yeah.
well, I promise I won't ask you any more of those questions, even though personally I would love to, and I know everyone would love to hear them here, but I respect the need for having a controlled and surprise release for folks in the future. We are at about the halfway mark, and I do want to leave some time for questions at the end for the audience here. And you can't see this as well. We've got folks wrapped out around outside the door too, so we've got an awesome audience of folks listening in. And before we transition to some of the questions that were submitted by community members in advance, I wanted to see if there's anything else that we didn't touch on that you'd like to add or share before we start to shift to some of the community submitted questions.
I don't think so. I guess we can just go to the questions. That's all good.
Awesome. Very cool. So I'm going to start going through the list.
Ah,
I have a. Mhm.
I actually have one thing to add. I guess thank you to the organizers of SorceryCon. It's fantastic that the community makes
I
that
agree.
kind of thing happen.
It has been such an incredible experience this year. We've had so many phenomenal games. Just hearing everyone have a great time. The artists, engaging in the community. Just everything all around has been phenomenal. And I agree. Without you guys, this
It's
obviously wouldn't
9:45.
be happening. And I think so much of what's special about Sorcery is the community too. And it's just an honor to be here with you all.
Yeah.
Awesome. So, I'm going to read the names. So we luckily have a list of who submitted the questions, and then I'm going to go through. And once we wrap up with this, we're going to open it up to our audience here. So, McTavish had sent in a question: are there any cards that were intentionally designed to be strong or meta-defining that ended up not being embraced by the community or utilized in constructed deck building to the degree that you expected? So something that you thought was going to be really, really powerful, but ended up not really being used in the way that you were thinking it would be.
I can't think of any specific examples, but there's definitely, as designers, we often design like 20 cards that we think will be a big deal, but then it turns out 4 of them are actually used. So that is it's a huge phenomenon. I don't well, yeah, but we also want a lot. Like we want like half of the set's cards to be used in constructed, ideally, and then there's a lot of them that would be draft and so on. But obviously, players tend to just go to a smaller card pool that works well. So, or like that works a little bit unintentionally too well, I guess. So,
Is there anyone you're thinking of with that as you smile as you say that?
well, so I guess currently it would probably be like you have water uniques that sort of gets into a sort of critical mass where like water used to be a weak element in alpha, and then we make like these bomby things, and then they sort of reach a critical mass that it's a little bit hard. Like you get these like tipping points in design where it's hard to sort of know what will happen exactly.
Well, as a water player that never gave up on it, thank you. I appreciate it. I never gave up, and I appreciate it. And I was actually thinking that as well. Not that you said Lord of Lies, but it's much appreciated as a water player here. And kind of in that line, Squire, who I see over here in the audience, had asked, is there a favorite card that you contributed to the design of? Something that you're really proud of, that you really appreciate how it's being played and used?
So in Gothic, now I almost have to look at the card list to...
You can't say Realm here.
I can't. Well, is that one played? I hope it will be.
I've seen some folks with the Curio. Those don't exist, though.
Since I can't quite think of a specific example there, but since you brought up Realm Eater, the shape that Realm Eater got out in, it was actually meant to be a lot less powerful, but because of how the wording worked, it's actually more. It is quite powerful, and game design wise, I kind of forced that through almost because because I liked it, but I don't know. Yeah. Hopefully, it doesn't become too big of a problem. That one too it should be relatively easy to create counterplay against it, I would hope. And to play against it, if you play cheap minions, you're generally more fine, I would hope so. But, yeah.
There's nothing scarier for me than seeing a turn 2 Warhorse with Realm Eater charging at my face and then blinking all around the board, eating my sights. I think in one of my games, my friend had eaten 10 of my sights by the end of the match. He didn't digest.
It's an avatar. We would have to keep a close eye on that because it could get out of control, I guess. Yeah.
Awesome. So Eric Davis had asked, what size do you anticipate some of the future sets to be? I know that we had talked in terms of design, the variation, but is there going to be kind of a sweet spot that you're aiming for future sets, or is it going to be open based on the theme?
I would say it probably would vary. We did learn from Gothic, though, like 440 cards. It's just like the sheer volume of it is a little bit limiting in that things take quite a lot of time. So I would say likely, in most cases, less than 440. But similarly, Arthurian Legends at 220 is a little bit on the low side. Like you want it to be... Yeah, if you have few cards, then of course you just get duplicates faster and so on. So I guess somewhere in the middle of those two is probably what to be anticipated.
Did you ever consider making Gothic 666 cards by any chance?
I think it was mentioned, but you start to get these cards that are just sort of obvious filler cards. Then people would understand what we're up to. So just went with 440. Yeah.
Awesome. So Michael Perez sent a question in. I really like this one. What was the single biggest design problem that you were really trying to solve with Sorcery compared to traditional TCG? So, in terms of the way that you were thinking about Sorcery and how it fit into the TCG ecosystem, what were you really trying to contribute and solve design wise?
Well, I wish I could say something like the tactical square grid play and solving that, but to be honest, in the beginning of the development, things were a little bit more chaotic, and I didn't quite have a sort of full view of all different TCGs out there and what to kind of solve and what was missing. So one obvious thing that was missing was the old school feel and just kind of simple, great looking iconic cards. So that's a bit of a overall point that, like, if anything, that is the thing that Sorcery was meant to solve. But game design wise, it kind of after the fact turned out that Sorcery is in a way tactical games like this, they just fail. Like it's sort of tried and it failed so many times. So why are you trying to do that? That's kind of
Yeah. Were
crazy.
they wizards by any chance?
The They did cast a lot of spells, I guess. They were coastal wizards, you could say. Yeah. Uh,
See, they love water
uh,
too.
yeah, so I guess it's that. It's less a game design thing that we look to solve and more like a atmosphere or old school feel kind of thing that was
Yeah.
deliberately solved with the game. And then, of course, the square grid thing and the tactical gameplay. Well, I wouldn't say it's an accident, and a lot of this is my co-designer Nick's sort of inventions and simplifications of that made it actually work. Something that failed many times before actually
Mhm.
working. So that's very satisfying.
Very cool. And some of us had a chance to meet Nick, I believe, at Gen Con this year. Is he going to be involved in any of the future for Sorcery?
He probably would be, especially if it's close to where he is, if you're
Hmm.
talking about physical events.
Hmm.
But yeah, he had a kind of heroic like last 1 or 2 weeks into the like interception, you could say, into Gothic, like fixing a lot of the wordings and flavor text and things to get like stronger thematically. Uh, so yeah,
Very cool. Well, I love that, and kind of in line with that. So Chris asks, many codex entries and facts have some flavorful text, and the humor of the actual cards is pretty great. What are some of your favorite FAQs and answers? His is Cordis and Thias. When I control my opponent's turn, can I force them to concede? No, stop it. As it made it in during a Codex review after Duo jokingly suggested that move in a game, and they can almost hear Ira scolding them when they're reading the Codex entry.
yeah,
So, any favorites on your end, and in terms of the kind of the fun and the humor that's added in there?
yeah. Unfortunately, I don't remember specific ones there, but I think it's almost like a technology discovery, I guess, to write rules in a way that enforces that the game should be fun and
Yeah,
like obviously the FAQ still says how to play it, but it also kind of takes refocuses things on like the main goal here is to have fun. So,
right. Well, I'm going to give you a fist bump
that
through the screen there. That I think
yeah.
is there we go. That's excellent. Right. I think we're all here to have a great time, and it does seem very intentional, even with some of the flavor text on the cards. So, for instance, my favorite one is Roaming Monster. That's jumping through the door saying, "Here's Brawny," um, and
Yeah.
those little things that just remind you of we're here to just
Yeah.
share this really fun experience.
Speaking of Nick, that was one of his like last minute flavor additions back then as well. So
I love it. I love it. Were there any major mechanics or design related decisions that didn't make it into Gothic that you were really considering and thought, this just isn't working out and decided to not? And that's another question from Michael.
Yes, a big one there was that we experimented with using void as a something of a fifth element in the beginning, where you
Mm.
like even having a void threshold, which would be like the number of void sites like adjacent to your sites, that would give you a threshold number. But it turned out it was kind of hard to, because now you sort of peak in the mid game with a number of resources like that, compared to getting a sort of planned curve of more mana the longer the game goes. So I guess mostly that. We also had kind of more complicated ritual cards, you could say, where, you should place your minions in a certain pattern, and then you get to summon like a large demon in the middle of them. And
Mm-hmm.
a lot of those turned out to be a bit too hard to work in actual gameplay, even though it thematically sounded very cool. So the site, the void, which counts as a void site as well, like that, the set in the very beginning, it had a lot of that, where we even had like many different sites that also counted like void, so that you could build your void. But then it turns out it was just, for the health of the game, it's better to lean, like, it's tough to create new resource systems on top of existing ones, because the game is already sort of built around a normal resource system, and it becomes, if you make a new resource system on top of that, then you have to make like 100 cards that care about that resource system rather than the existing one. So at the end, we sort of went back a bit more to normal sorcery, and there's of course so much design space still in the existing sort of mana system, and just sorcery and the, I don't know, tactical design and so on. So there's no shortage, and it's not hard to make cards that work great with that and still feel extremely new and interesting. So
very cool.
That was a big thing.
Yeah, no, I'm so excited to hear that was something that kind of informed and changed, and also that you were thinking about maybe adding in an additional element to the gameplay. We're getting close to the time when we're going to open it up to the audience. I've just have a couple final questions. These are, I think, more lore-based, or in terms of art direction and design. We talked a lot about mechanics, but now thinking more about sorcery as its own unique thing. This is from Eric Baker. What is an avatar? What is their lore? Can you expand a little bit on that and your concept of what an avatar is and the lore behind them?
Well, like with all lore in sorcery, it's meant to be up to the player more, but I see them as kind of primordial, powerful, maybe even intergalactical beings that can create matter. And I don't have any more exact story than that, so I guess it's up for fan fiction to decide, maybe.
Awesome. Another quick one from Emily Gores. Are there any Easter eggs in each set that give nods to future sets?
Yes, but if I point them out, then sort of misses. Yeah.
One final one from Pete Hansen, who unfortunately I don't think is in this room because he's in the finals. He's very sorry you couldn't make it to SorceryCon. He was wondering if you had to stay home to play Diablo 2 Reign of the Warlock.
Well, that was quite a surprise release, I have to say. I've actually yet to try it, but I will try it.
Very cool. Well, I want to open it up to the.
Speaking of that, I have to show related to that. Oh. Just one of the books on my shelf there. It's the reverse design of Diablo 2. It's like, yeah, very, very impactful game in my life, you could say.
Oh, I would tend to agree. Den of Evil is one of my favorite cards in Gothic, and I know that there's many others. Hoping to see some reference to Wirt at some point, but unfortunately his leg didn't make the cut. Awesome.
I'm sure there will be more reference to.
Well, we will stay a while and listen. So we've got about 10 minutes left, and I wanted to open it up to members of the audience to ask some questions. Just for ease of doing it, we were going to have the microphone up there, but if we can, I don't want to touch this because it took forever to get the audio working. So if you just share your question, I'll repeat it in the microphone and share it with Eric if he's not able to hear it. So.
I think the sorcery community, obviously, I think like talking to a lot of the artists, one of their impressions, like with SorceryCon, is just that everyone's very positive, and like you said, even in like the FAQ, it's a reminder always that ultimately everyone's just trying to have fun, and it's a little bit less people trying to fight each other, but rather just enjoy the game together. Is there anything that has come out of the sorcery community that you've been particularly surprised by? Whether it's someone volunteering or trying to spread the game in a way at their local game store, is there anything that has stood out to you that has been really inspiring, or just that you are just surprised by?
Mm-hmm. So I'm going to do my best. Do we have a mobile mic by any chance? No. Okay. I think in the future I'm going to have folks come up here and we could talk in. I want to do justice to your question. So the question, and I'm going to do my absolute best to use my working memory here. The community as a whole has been quite positive, and there's been a lot of very positive responses from the artists and everyone that's been involved. I missed the final portion as I was asking Marcellus if we had a mic, which was actually the most important part of the question. Could you repeat that?
Is there anything that Eric has seen as an example of someone volunteering their time or committing themselves to the game? I think the game naturally inspires people to want to share the game.
Yeah.
Anything that you've been really, really surprised?
Awesome. That's good. So in terms of kind of the community building component of it, just seeing the community go above and beyond to share acts of kindness and goodwill. Is there anything that you've seen in terms of your interactions with the community that's just been really inspiring to you, or kind of something that stuck out as just a really positive outgrowth of the community spirit? Is that a good reframe?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Well, it's like the amount of volunteer hours that people are doing for the game is astounding to see. So unfortunately, I'm not there to see SorceryCon right now, so I would be like referring to older events, I guess. But sorcery is really special in that there's a lot of, should I say, highly skilled people that seems to be drawn to it and seems to enjoy contributing, and that's fantastic to see. So yeah, I think that's it. I probably would have a bigger answer if I was actually at SorceryCon and saw even more of this happening in front of my eyes, which I'm sure it is. Yeah.
Awesome. Next question. Yep, Moose. We've got the common sense peasant coming up to ask a question. He seems to have lost his spoon fork, though.
I left it over there. Not to search items, it's an ordinary. Hi. So with Alpha and Beta, we saw Island Leviathan, a site that turns into a minion, and then in Gothic we saw Horns of Behemoth. Same thing. A site turns into a minion. Is there any design space that's been looked at or tested for a minion turning into a site at any point?
Yes, we did look get that, but I suppose is it Clay Golem kind of does that a little bit. So
Yeah.
we have some other kind of crazy things like that happening too in the current set. It's yet another one. I can't really talk about it. But yeah, it's definitely one of those fun things that are. We also try to do card designs that are very sorcery specific, or like they are only possible to do in sorcery and works especially well with the sorcery systems, which would be like sites and like minion swapping and like them turning into each other at like specific locations on the battlefield and so on. So we're always looking at that, and we will probably get better at it too. I think we like, well, just as an example, in alpha, alpha and beta doesn't actually have that many sites in it, but Gothic has a huge number of sites that do interesting things. So we're definitely looking at it, and I think we're getting better at designing kind of really funky, cool things like that in the future as well. Yeah,
Very cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thanks.
Awesome. Our next question.
It's a little nerve-wracking walking up here.
Oh, you're going to do
Doing
great.
a good job.
You're
You're
gonna-
doing a good
Oh,
job.
thank you.
Hi, Eric. My question is more
Hello.
art focused. I'm really curious as to what catches your eye with art, and you being the main game creator, but also the art director. What do you look for, and how do you conceptualize keeping things tied thematically?
Good question.
Thanks.
Yeah, so sorcery is a bit of a strange game in the sense that the art direction isn't so tight, but you could say it's tight in the sense that each artist should have something about their personal style that makes them unique and make them recognizable. So it's kind of anti-art direction in that sense, where it's not like everything should look sort of realistic in the same way. It's more like everything should look kind of unique in its own cool way for when it comes to artists. And you would get good examples are probably like Drew Tucker, for example, is a very cool example where he has a very distinct style, and it's very recognizable, and it sort of helps you remember cards when even the art style itself is very different. And I also try to have quite a few new artists for each set, and maybe some artists take a break in certain sets so that the set overall gets a feel to it, even though the feel, like the art direction, isn't exactly everyone make something dark. It's more like there's more Brian Smith art in Gothic and he took a break in Arthurian Legends. So it's a bit more of an emergent style, I guess, in that sense. I'm not sure if that answers the question. I sort of went on sidetracks, but
No, no, I think so. If I understand it correctly, you're looking for artists that kind of push deeper into a specific theme or style rather than a higher variance.
yeah. So one example would be, so you have realistic fantasy, for example. I don't use so much in sorcery, even though it probably could be used in a mini set or like say Dust Sorrow or something. But in the sets themselves, it's more like sort of personally styled fantasy where it's less realistic and more about like the artist having a style that is kind of unique and recognizable.
Thank you very much.
Very cool. Awesome. Well, I think we are at time, unfortunately. I'm sorry. would we have time for one more question, Eric, or do you think we should wrap it up here? What are your thoughts?
I'm fine to stay a little bit longer if that's
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, Eric. So we all know that you're a big art collector yourself, and you actually commission a ton of paintings for every sorcery set. What is the painting that got away that you didn't purchase for your own personal collection that you regret not buying?
Oh, there's like too many to mention. Yeah, like it's often so I of course have a little bit of an unfair advantage compared to other art collectors, but I think I don't feel too bad about that. But it's but it is very often when like it's the end of the set development, and now we're kind of hyper focused on getting everything out there, and like, okay, now I'm doing like shipping logistics, and oh wow, the set is out, and then someone posts a Facebook post, for example, where like, look at this painting I bought, and I feel that sort of sting in my heart. So yeah, I'll keep it at that rather than mentioning specifics.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Well, any final thoughts, closing reflections, or things that you would like to share with our incredible audience and community here at SorceryCon, and those of us who are watching this recording after we've uploaded it? Any thoughts?
Well, just a big thanks to all the organizers and the artists as well. Of course, that's a huge thing. Like with Gothic, I think the art and quality level just went. Well, it was already high, but it's certainly a home run. Everything that's there. So. And
I think we all agree with you.
Yeah, and thanks to all the players and all the community members, and it's just things became a bit bigger than they were intended with sorcery. That's a fantastic thing.
Well, I think we're all very grateful for that, and thank you so much for your time as well, sharing some of your insights and reflecting on the process of building this universe for us to really enjoy and explore.
Thank
you.
you.
Folks, thank you in the background. And with that, I want to thank all of you as well. I hope you enjoy the rest of the con, and we'll see you all in the contested realms.
Great. Okay, I'll sign off. So,
yep, absolutely.
Thanks for hosting as well.
Oh, it is absolutely my pleasure. Oh, my pleasure, guys. My pleasure. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Oh, it is my pleasure. Have a wonderful rest of the day, Eric. You're here in spirit.
Yeah. Bye, then.
Bye-bye.
pick such awesome avatars, I think.
It's probably because of that, yeah, for sure. So this is such a crazy matchup, honestly. Probably not one that
I
we see all
know,
the
but
time.
maybe that's why. Yeah, it's just the only one.
Yeah. How do you like Witch? Witch is good. I love her. She's my next build.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. Honestly, I
Yeah.
kind of like the easier rule set to not a lot of complicated interaction. Really, it's
Hello, welcome back to SorceryCon. We are about to start our main event. That is the Day 3 Constructed Championships. We have, I believe, close to, if not over, 200 players in this. And we have brought up a witch and a dragon lord for this. Marcellus is about to tell them that they are free to start, and we will get some commentary going over this game. This is the first round. This is the start of round 1. I am not only your commentator for this match, but I am also the judge for their match. So I will be watching them very closely, and if they have any questions, we will have me come in and answer them, and then I'll come back in and explain the ruling. Marcellus is going to raise the levels in my ear for them so that I will be able to hear what they are saying. Looks like Dragon Lord got a 17, and that looks like an 8. So it looks like the Dragon Lord will be on the play. Yeah, I have not played a lot against Dragon Lord, but a few people I know play Witch fairly regularly, and what they found the most success with is an aggro Witch, and I think I'm seeing in his hand some fire, which tends to lend itself to the aggro play style. There's really 2 ways of building a Witch. One of them is a pillow fort, which is basically you play these defensive sites, these free cities, these troll bridges, these gnome hollows, perilous bridge, things like that stop your opponent while you build up just enough mana that you can just start pinging them down with that Witch's ability, which is 2 per turn. And then you finish them off with a kill spell. I've found in my mono earth version of it that Rain of Stones is a great one for that. But other elements are going to have different kill spells. Dragon Lord is a lot more versatile. There is obviously all of the dragons from the Dragon Lord set. But, okay, he's going with the desert, so that is a Fire Dragon Lord. That probably means he's going with the Rex Ignis as his chosen dragon. The point of a Dragon Lord is before the game starts, you set aside a unique dragon. Specifically, it has to be unique rarity for the dragon, so you can't do East-West Dragon. And you are able to pay 3 mana in order to essentially become that dragon for a turn. Gives you the power of flight, gives you your avatar airborne. The rules about airborne and avatars were actually changed for this avatar. And, okay, that's Altar of... I want to say... It's not Malachi. There's a lot of new cards in Gothic. This is the altar that you can sacrifice a minion when you're on death's door in order to save you 1 time. It's really useful. I've definitely had trouble getting around that because a lot of people are playing Toolbox into a guaranteed kill spell like a Zap. So as long as you have something there, you can avoid that when you're at death's door. And then I believe that was a Molten Mar for the Hellhounds. So that just doesn't remove your card advantage because it's getting played from your collection. Really good in a game where card advantage is the main thing. All right, it looks like we got a lot of fire on the board. That might be a mono fire witch. Ooh, smokestacks. Okay, it's not doing... The smokestacks is not doing a whole lot. If I was him, I would have maybe held that if he has a... seeing if he had a... Oh, there's a Corruptor Freak coming out. I maybe would have drawn a sight, see if I could push that so that I could save the smokestacks of Knack until it is really useful, like turning off that altar. That altar is a really big issue, and unless he has a way to swap near it to turn it off, it could save the Dragon Lord. River of Blood, that is all healing is going to be... Oh. River Blood turns off healing, and the Ravenous Lion comes in with charge and can only attack minions. So removes the Corrupted Freak so that those Hellhounds can swing in for 3 damage. There is blood on the board. It's some of once we get more set up, we are really early in the morning, folks. It is a lovely 10:30 in the morning. We will have an app up on a phone that will show life totals, threshold, mana. It's player controlled, but it usually will help us give a good look. For now, I am having to manually track in this room the life total damages that I see. A Corruptor Freak does deal 2 damage to you at the end of your turn, so you do kind of need to have a plan if you're going to do that. It's not a great early game defender unless you can combo it onto your opponent's site with something like a Warhorse or a Blink or something. And in this case, yeah, it does 2 damage to you and then acts as a blocker for that gets removed, so the net is just you lose 2. Alright, so the Witch has lost -3 from the Hellhound and -2 from their own Corruptor Freak. They're at 15 life. Dragonlord is still at 20. Okay, so that was Angry Mob getting rid of the Ravenous Lion because it can remove an elite or unique. Angry Mob is a great card. I do not see it played, though, in a lot of main boards because it's a 3/3, and in Constructed, we've talked a lot about the various power levels of cards. In Limited, 3/3 is a perfectly serviceable thing to put in, but in Constructed, it feels a lot like 4 or 5 tends to be a bigger threat. So it's still good removal, but a lot of people relegate it to the collection. Asmodeus is one of the most interesting new cards in the game, the one that was just dropped. It has stealth, and you can break that stealth as a cost. The triggered ability does not trigger just whenever it breaks stealth. It is you have to say, I am breaking stealth in order to do X. It destroys the site it's on and everything else there. So if you need just some really strong removal, you move your stealth minion, your Asmodeus in there. He blasts everything, breaks it. I'm really interested in seeing if he goes for the smokestacks. But there's not really a whole lot of point to it because the Witch has played a Desert up into it, and so there's not a whole lot of play that smokestacks will affect from the Dragonlord's perspective. So I think he's probably going to leave it there as a threat. Okay, so the Mob has traded with the Hellhounds. So see, that's what I mean. Just 3/3s trading. In a game where the minions are now very sticky, you need something that sticks around that can beat up those 3/3s. The Hellhounds and those 3 drops off of the sites are good. Okay, so he's going to drop 2.
4 mana available.
Go to 18.
I am gonna play the Greater Blood Demon. I'm gonna lose 4.
Ooh, losing 4 life from the Greater Blood Demon. See, Greater Blood Demon is where I think is a much better thing than Lesser Blood Demon, which is 2 cost, 3 power, and loses you 2 life as Genesis. It's essentially equivalent, except for the fact that now you have a 6 body on the field that they need to answer. A 3 body is, yeah, I can throw out my whatever, a 4 power, and I just block that for days. A 6 power is a nightmare, unless you have removal. Luckily for both players, fire is removal. Okay, so he's choosing to use Asmodeus just as a body. He is only 3 power. So generally, when we were talking about those 3... Ooh, Manticore, one of my favorites, and that is a foil. But if you're on the offensive, if you're 10 up on your opponent, yeah, you could use him. Stealth attacks cannot be blocked. The Manticore has airborne and lethal, so it is a great defender against that Blood Demon. Basically prevents it from hitting for a lot of damage. And also acts as a threat in itself. If you want to just say, you know what, I'm going to try to door you, and I don't care about that 6 damage, you'd let the Greater Blood Demon swing into your altar, and then you airborne move your Manticore to strike the smokestacks of Knack, and then Asmodeus will either hit that or go directly onto the Witch, so you have 2 threats on her. And that would be Death's Door. Yeah, our resident stream master Marsalis is looking over here, and I think this is the first time he's registered this game, and he goes, "Oh God, this is going real quick." This is the danger of fire matches. I set my timer about 10 minutes ago. 45-minute matches is the default for Sorcery Constructed. We are at 35 minutes left in this match. This is mono fire, especially, is incredibly quick. Very aggressive, very just, you get to the mana you need and you just start pumping out your spells. Very different than what we are seeing right now with water. Ooh, that Sea of Ash is not actually doing a whole lot there, just because it is right next to the smokestacks. So it will not actually keep... Ooh, extra threats, okay, from the Red Cap Power Ace, which must attack. All right, depending on where he's... Yep. If he's still going... If the Dragon Lord is still going for the kill, he's going to let that 3 damage through with the Power Ace. Yep, okay. So it looks like the Witch may have resigned himself to Door, because he's only got four sights on board. He just dropped one and spent 3 of that mana. So the Dragon Lord, if he's got other threats in hand, he can use something to clean up another River of Blood. That is a quarter of all healing. Not that anyone in fire is doing any healing. Yep, and we just heard him say it. That is going to be enough for Door. That is 5 and 3. And now he has 2 threats on the Witch. So the Witch really needs to get something on board in order to prevent that. Well, really needs 2 blockers. The Power Ace cannot be a blocker because it kind of has to just keep attacking every turn or else it dies. And moving that Greater Blood Demon up was such an aggressive play that it's a little too dangerous. I think he may have resigned himself to Door a little bit early there. I would have kept the Blood Demon as a big blocker. You would have lost it to the Manticore, but you kill off his biggest threat and you survive another turn in order to hopefully draw something to turn the tide. Yeah, in a game like this where you're trading a lot, you're doing a lot of quick exchanges and damage. Oh, he's going for a sight now. So he might have some kind of bomb, something, maybe a Poison Nova would be really good here. Cursed Land. Well, Cursed Land is okay because it's right next to the smokestacks. It does not deal any damage for anyone when they're playing sights next to it. Although it might be a little too late for here. If he doesn't have some kind of mass removal in that 5 mana, which 5 mana is enough for a Poison Nova. So if he's been holding that, now is the perfect time for that. And if he does, then it's Door to Door.
What is your Ignis Rex? Oh, just off the.
Yep, I was just hearing that. It is Ignis Rex that is the chosen dragon. Target adjacent location. You can tap it in order to deal fire damage. I believe you might have to banish a card.
Yeah, he gets airborne. Yeah. He'll get the effects of airborne. Nice.
So the Dragon Lord would have to move up in order to use that ability effectively. But he will... The question is, does the Witch have a kill spell? Or not a kill spell, Okay, we're going Centerfee instead. All right, he's turning off his own threshold. Not that it really matters. Okay, Corruptor Freak loses you life at the start or at the end of your turn, but that doesn't matter when you're at Death's Door. He does have 2 blockers out now, so if the Dragon Lord can get rid of something. All right, directly on the dragon. That is weird to put it on a Dragon Lord that we know has the ability to gain flying. You're not spreading out your stuff. one of the things that I feel like newer players in this game tend to not think. That's game.
All right.
That will day of judgment.
Well done. It was quick and easy.
That was quick and easy.
All right, that match did end in just about 15 minutes. I am going to sign off for a second here, and then I am going to go in, congratulate them on a match well played, and confirm their results. We will see you back here for round 2 shortly, probably in around 30 minutes, because not all matches are as quick as this one. We'll see you soon.
I was getting pretty close there. Yeah. I might have missed up not blocking that red cap.
Like particularly the pre-con. On TTS, I have been I guess the term would be blown away by the Avatar of Air many times. It is a formidable opponent. In particular, its ability to change board state by moving things around is a bit of a challenge. How about yourself?
Yeah, same experience. I think when I started out playing against Avatar of Air, it was like one of the avatars where it doesn't look like it's super scary in the beginning, and it just takes like one turn, and out of nowhere you lost like 7 life, and all your minions are in the graveyard, and you're like, oh, haven't seen
Oops.
that one coming.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a fan favorite, I would say. As was the Enchantress, kind of a deck that I lately play a lot with the new auras that are in the Gothic set, and very curious to see how the Enchantress player is going to approach his game here. So while I'm coming down and get rid of the Exorcist, which I wonder was like a interesting play from the Avatar of Air, because usually the Exorcist has a Genesis ability that banishes an aura,
Hmm.
spirit, or a
Right.
demon, and there was like nothing to banish here, so he thought, hey, maybe I could just get that card out on curve and try to build up a little bit of pressure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Especially given. Yeah.
not super sure what happened here. We saw. Oh yeah. Oh wait, that's what happened. He played the Searing Truth on himself, and he revealed the top 2 cards. And
Right.
it seems like maybe his deck is like super low curve, and he's not. Yeah, it's likely for him to not get that much damage. But he drew 2 cards, and both of them were like converted mana cost 1, which means he only took like 2 damage for 2 cards, which is
Right.
pretty much all you can ask for here. So that was a pretty good turn for the Enchantress for sure.
It's interesting sometimes watching the different approaches with Burning Hands to you are using it, holding on towards the end as a possible final shot there. Are you, if you have a low enough curve, do you feel comfortable with it? Or if you're playing Ironclad,
I mean, that's fine.
you figure it's worth trying to push it a little bit because you know that you have damage reduction at hand.
Yeah, for
Trying
sure.
to amp up your own.
Yeah. I'm more of a passive player. I'm not sure how much I like playing a card that costs me free mana, and
All right.
I get an unknown amount of damage to draw from 2 cards.
We are
I
going
can see
to
it in Ironclad for sure.
zoom into the site.
With the damage reduction, it might be a pretty good
I love you,
call.
Fertler, so much. I want my own.
Everybody,
Come on, Brian Smith. Friggin'
We got him
legend.
here.
Friggin' legend.
Which is
We got 4.
yeah, classic play for the Avatar of Air, since the Delta Phalanx is only allowed to move forward, and with the
Right.
Avatar of Air, you can cheat a little bit and put the Delta
Right.
Phalanx even to the side and get a little bit more value out of it.
Yeah.
And
We had the calling of the wolf there to kind of neutralize that potential play. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes when I see Avatar of Air, I know I'm in for a bit of aeronautics, so to speak. Up there we go. We're back.
There we go. There's the next one.
Yeah.
Next one happening. Yeah.
The boulder seems to be a popular trick for the Avatar of Air too. See if that pops up this map.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is like a almost like a rule by now. If you play Avatar Rare, you have to put at least 2 rolling boulders in your deck
Yeah.
to be annoying.
You're not gonna believe this, but
Avatar of Air too. See if that
make a
pops up
warhorse.
this map.
I will put Gift of the Wolf on him, drawing the trinket, and we'll trade with that one. We're doing it again. Doing it again.
Wow.
This bounces.
Yeah.
This is here. That's your doser.
Right. Yeah.
That was a lucky top deck for sure.
Sellers, if you can hear us, I'm not sure if we need the talk from the table.
This bounces. This is here. That's your doser. Oh, that guy. You hate that guy.
Right.
But you like it.
Sellers, if you can hear us, I'm not sure if we need the talk from the table.
Oh, and here comes another classic for the Earth build of Avatar of Air. If you splash Earth in it, the Punch Butcher definitely an outstanding creature in this deck, with the ability to tap and shoot the projectile to grab something and hook it and fight it. You also like
Oh, and here comes another classic.
making sure your disadvantage of being immobile is a little bit
Splash Earth in it, the Punch Butcher definitely an outstanding creature in this deck.
yeah, it works very nice with the Avatar of Air ability to move stuff around.
It's not quite as immobile as it is with most other
Yeah,
avatars.
yeah,
You have
sure.
the option of relocating, so to speak,
Mm.
from a board state standpoint.
Um,
What do you think of the approach for the site layout that we're seeing right now?
I would say it's a pretty standard one with the Avatar of Air. You kind of want to play in that, I call it the M shape. So you want to make sure that from the left and right square from your starting position, you have like a empty void. You don't fill it with like a rubble or like any site. So if the Enchantress players play an aura and he puts it on one of these empty sites, he won't be able to use the ability to make it minion, because that would mean it gets banished automatically in the void. And so that gives you a little bit of more like room to breathe if like something like a thunderstorm comes down, and yeah, it can hit you in the same turn for like 7 damage or something like that.
Yep.
So looks like both players are experienced and they know what they're doing. Oh, Salt the Earth, which is
that's
really
new to
good.
Gothic.
New to
Yeah.
Gothic, and it's one of the great cards for enchanters for sure. You get an aura, which is later a minion as well, and it will also destroy a side of your opponent. And with so many new, I say annoying sites as the Dapple Manor here, that is a very nice play for sure. It also dodges the Punch Butcher for now, because it's not a minion yet. So if the Punch Butcher wants to hook it, it can't, because it's not a minion.
Right. Basically, just a rather unfortunate aura for the air player.
People at home are watching. They want to know.
Yeah.
I know.
Is that a troll coming out?
I think I'm gonna. No.
Maybe.
Boss troll.
Yep, it is a troll.
Can't be
Yeah, it seems to be pretty low curve on the part of Enchantress here. We haven't really seen much of the auras in play yet.
Yeah, for sure.
Although a rather significant one.
It's interesting. He probably just plays it in front of the Enchantress to not get hooked by the Punch Butcher here, and he's giving him one of the small minions to avoid getting 5 damage and get pulled over. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, interesting if he has a way to knock out that Punch Butcher next turn. We do know that he has a trinket in hand, so he could, well, he can, yeah. He cannot use the trinket, unfortunately, activate the Soul the Earth and kill the Push Butcher, since you have to play the trinket in hand or on of one of your minions or on one of your sites. And oh, and there's the rolling boulder.
There's the boulder.
There's the boulder.
Yeah.
Unit avatar will tap.
Oh, and that's such a huge play from the Avatar of Air here. That is 9 damage out of nowhere. He gets rid of the boss troll and an additional 4 damage on the Avatar. And most likely you're gonna see him using the Punch Butcher as well to pull him over and do another 5 damage.
Right. So the troll's gone. Yeah.
That, yeah.
Yeah, that is a.
Yeah.
Rather
That's
explosive.
the thing. There's only so much you can do. If you don't have a hard removal for the Punch Butcher right away, I think you're doing right with having a small creature blocking the way. But if the boulder comes down, there's only so much you can do about that.
Right.
And the first rule of Avatar of Air, they always have the boulder. If you thinking about, do they boulder you next turn? If they have the chance and it would be a good boulder roll, they have it for sure.
Yeah. What do you think has been the best counter for the boulder?
Having minions that are bigger than 4, I guess. Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, for rolling boulder, I guess being very aware of it, and if you place your minions and how you work over your sites and your opponent, always make sure that you don't give the Avatar of Air too much value. So try to avoid like playing your stuff in a line or in a way where he can get like amazing value and tempo out
There
of
you
it.
go. Okay,
There you
so
go.
was that Gigantism that I saw come out, or was it
Yeah,
overpowered?
that was a gigantism. So playing a unique on the salty earth, it is a 10 power this turn just to get rid of the Punch Butcher. It is almost a little bit like an overkill, you would say, but if you have to do it, you have to do it, I guess.
Yeah, Pudgy is such a threat. Leaving him alone to do his mischief there is, even though it's a pretty expensive play.
Yep. Yeah, as far as I understand, as long as it's a target. Yeah. Target. Yeah. That was what I was just checking for.
Yeah, pretty expensive.
With this deck idea, I was like, oh, sick, you could do spin attack.
Fortunately, we don't see how many cards both players have in hand. I would really like to know that because those matchups could like both avatars are known to don't have too many card draw engines most of the time, unless like sorcerer, so you could easily get low on your spellbook cards.
Come on, Brian Smith. We just need one more. Oh man, I hope I get one. That would be.
Wow, have you ever seen like 3 fertile earths in a row?
No.
It's enough earth threshold, I guess, for both of them. And for the enchanters, it is actually quite important for the Mount Usar Sanctuary.
All right, I'm gonna
Interesting to see if she's able to pop some auras now into play.
So these are gonna
Okay.
And we see a earthquake. I don't think. Yeah. Oh wow, he's actually changing that.
Oh, he's going a little aggressive now.
Yeah, he does, but he has to keep in mind that if he does that, he's gonna lose threshold and mana, and that's why he changed it back here. Because the Glastonbury Tour is one of the, I call it, castle cycles from Fern Legends. They only provide
in the back row. In order to make that. Yeah, I was a little surprised when I saw that move. He may have wanted to push, but
yeah.
All right, well,
threshold loss would be too pricey.
Because we love mana. We are gonna cast a Cursed Iron here.
Ooh, there's a new aura, the Cursed Iron.
I'm trying to give him homage with this cosplay. His art is incredible. But I don't think I'm doing much else, so right back to you, sir.
Fortunately, the Avatar of Air doesn't have any artifact in hand, so it is basically not doing too much for now, but still with the with the Enchantress, you can make it a minion next turn.
Right.
It's a 2-power
Right.
minion.
And we're going to.
Now, if the boulder were to roll cross,
Across the site, yeah.
right, then the avatar would not be able to drop it as long as the iron is in play. Is that true?
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
But I think you could still, I'm like 90% sure, but I think you can still use the ability since you're not dropping it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just to get it away from you. And here we saw like classic Avatar of Error. Starting at the class berry in the back row in your turn and out of nowhere, it's right in front of your face.
Right.
With movement ability.
Yeah.
So what could be a reason for the Avatar of Air player to want to come up so close? Ring of Morrigan would be one of the cards that I would have in mind here.
We could only hope that that happens.
Or he's just trying to get on the rolling boulder, just to give it another push.
Cast a drought.
Unfortunately, he didn't land up on an air site, so he won't be able to use his ability.
He won't be able to use his ability, right?
Yeah.
Just a 2, yep.
Nice, and we see a drought coming down. It's like one of the cards we haven't seen too much in the past, just because Enchantress wasn't really one of the decks most of the times that is going to be played in competitive constructed, and water was also not too dominant, but now water being one of the
it just shuts down water, so it
matter determining colors. Drought has a whole new game here.
Totes. Yeah, that's
we were talking about that last night at a local gameplay, whether drought is more of a thing now with the advent of Gothic.
Yeah,
and water being much more formidable. There's a few spells like that may come more into play.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, especially in Enchantress, you can kind of slot it in for free since you obviously can make a minion out of it, and you can just see if you're playing against water, it's obviously very great, and on top of it, it's a minion. Otherwise, it is just a minion, which is also not too easy to kill since you can decide when it's going to be a minion. So all your removal spells like this Gargantular is not going to work yet on the drought, but it's going to disable the cursed iron.
Drags to adjacent minion here, disabling.
Gargantular, also one of the
occupying there,
powerhouses from Gothic for sure.
Consolidated site now.
It says drag towards, so I don't know if you get to move it. It stays there. Okay.
Yeah, but he's just disabled.
If it was here, could he? Yes. Yeah. Okay. Got it.
Technically, he can move him by picking.
They're doing a little sorting there.
Yeah. Oversized minions are always a little bit of a hassle to figure out
he can
since
move it if he wants.
Can't move it. So if I played it here, I could.
They're not played that much.
We're just gonna hang out there.
And Gargantular obviously dragging your enemy minion onto its side and disabling it. Not super necessarily sure what that means with an oversized minion, but it seems like they figured it out.
It's disabled while it's in the cocoon, so
So
none of its
with rolling
effects would
boulder,
be
if it's in the hands of a oversized
Here we go.
unit, it probably has to throw it from, like, let's say the rolling boulder's here.
Yes.
I can only throw it here, right? Like, it can't exchange.
It has to be in the region it is.
Got it. Just double checking. I haven't messed with rolling boulder much, but I do like it. Man, I got to make a tough decision right now. We're at 13, 15. I'm going to Searing Truth myself.
Do it.
Oh, and we see another Searing Truth. Looks like he's putting it on himself. Entangle, that's a little bit more damage than before. And it's 5 damage in total. I guess a trinket was a good one. Another good hit here for sure.
Right?
Lots of cards.
Cards are good. So when I cast Searing Truth,
and what is always not to underestimate is the pure burst damage an Enchantress can put out. If you think of cards like we always see on the Giantism or Blaze of Glory, if you play those cards with trinkets to activate one of your minions, you can just do up to like 20 damage in a turn out of nowhere, kind of.
We got an alternate view there very briefly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
some great cosplay for sure.
You
Yeah.
know what? What do I want to do? What do I want to do?
And a
Because
great
you're an air site,
excuse
you can throw
if
stuff
you're
around, right?
if you're
Well,
gonna
it's on
get
your
kicked
turn.
out,
You
you move
occupy
that
an
thing on
air
your head.
site.
Yeah,
You
I'm
fly
not
a
sure if I
unit
could
to
play.
it. So it's got to be.
I might
like,
lose
I mean, I
faith.
could.
got it.
Yep.
Okay.
It has to
Yeah.
be on the air side.
Understood.
Here's what we were
Well,
talking earlier about
Gargantula
the
is gonna hurt, and I don't want to get
card
hurt. So
management
I'll cast an
and
entangled terrain here.
Burning
with
Hands is
the last of
basically
my
being
mana.
used for card draw,
I'm not
Yeah.
even though
gonna
it's in some cases pricey,
animate
but
anything because Gargantula could just eat him.
sometimes risky.
So
Yeah, for
But
sure.
with a tempo deck,
doing?
you know,
Look at
with
his
the past
sight.
deck, it's
Those are
probably
those are
safer.
important. Okay. I will drought. Will swing.
Yeah, I gotta be
over
honest, like,
here for
the Searing
4.
Truth in my
I'm gonna
world,
make
or
sure
at
it's all
least
my
how I
mana.
like
1,
to
2,
play it
3,
most of
4,
the time,
5,
it
6,
is like a
7.
pure finisher
Spent 3,
card.
spent 4. Okay.
Yep.
That's your go,
Um,
sir.
Got it. Awesome.
But I mean,
Ooh, 11,
he
9.
Untap.
This is a spicy one.
Yeah,
he played it twice on
Good game
himself,
so
and
far.
in total
Yeah,
got
yeah.
7 damage and
Oh,
4
this drops
cards.
Okay.
It's not too bad.
All right, and I will draw a spell.
So we saw Drought being activated to minion and swing at the Avatar of Air here.
Okay.
Getting in a little bit of damage and also passive play of
Alright, we'll
the
start off
entangled
with,
terrain
So that's
to
not animated.
entangle,
Correct.
Neither
That
is-
is
neither-
to
that
build
is
a
not-
web
just
for
this one.
the
This is its
spider
timer.
to make it
Yeah, this
Okay.
prevent
is
to
the,
move
like,
and
signal
attack
that it's
here.
animated.
And so, but he's entangled, right?
Yeah,
Minions
immobile and
affected, sides lose their airborne and are immobile.
yes, sir.
Last 3 turns. So he's stuck.
It's all them webs.
Yeah, he can't.
Webs.
He can't do much.
Entangled terrain.
What a
Yeah, it's gonna
tangled
be-
web we have woven over there.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just in that
Yeah.
Those 4.
I
Having
really
Nick
like that
surface
card,
leverage,
though. That
right?
Correct.
it's
Doors
unfortunate when it's played against you, but it's
subsurface.
very fun
It
to
says
play.
sites.
So
Against
the
us.
whole thing subsurface.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Make him taste his own medicine. If you want to disable,
Yeah.
We're
again,
gonna-
we can do
Yep.
it too.
Yeah, we can do it too. Yeah,
Mhm.
touche, as they say.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting what the average air player is gonna do here, since
It's a 4
he can
player.
kind of
Correct.
just deal with the drought, which will cost some significant amount of mana probably.
We're gonna spend 3.
Doesn't have any minion on the board
gonna
yet. That is.
Burrow a root spider here.
That's the bane
Oh
of my
wow!
deck.
And we see a road
Gosh,
spider,
root
root
spider.
spider,
So
and
good.
this is
Okay.
kind
I'm
of
happy for
one
you,
of
but sad for
the
me.
I will tap.
your worst nightmare for an
Card tower.
enchantress
This
that
is
is
tower,
not
I get
playing water cards
extra.
at all, because
Great book
root
series,
spider
by the way.
disabling
Got any fantasy
disabling
content?
your auras is
And
tremendously good
will
here for the Avatar of Air.
Yeah,
go ahead and put
Auras
down
being played most of
better,
them
what is
in this 2
That-
by
that
2
sanctuary,
square
that
means that
teleports
the
you.
root
Go
spider
draw
has like an
a
easy
rise on
time
death's door.
disabling
3.
a large amount of the realm
Forward.
just with one card.
And disable, but yeah.
Got it.
it's an interesting view on area control because of that.
Yeah, and interesting play here by Avatar of Air, deciding to make sure the drought is not gonna get activated anytime soon by disabling it
Right.
with the Gargantua and on top having the root spider. I wonder if there's a reason to maybe use one of these cards to make sure that the entangled terrain is not gonna be doing some damage to your next turn. If you would have played the root spider, for example, under the fertile or for somewhere else.
Yep. Yep.
I mean, that
You'd be
feels
more of a
pretty
threat
good.
over there.
I think I'm just gonna do
Is that and is the
A lot of cards.
No, this is
Gargantua
my-
on
this is
air
my
site?
collection.
I
This is my
don't
collection.
remember what was under there.
I wish this was my hand.
I think
I
that was
wish.
our
Okay.
triple fertile earth
I ain't that,
roll
I ain't got that much
over
mana
there.
or
Okay.
cardage.
I didn't see you pick it up.
That's
Okay.
right.
So yeah,
Yeah,
but it's a good
I
point.
mean,
If
I
you
totally
could be
have
on an
10
air site
cards in
there,
hand.
that would
Okay,
be an option for the Avatar of
what am I
Air for
doing?
sure to get it out of the entangled terrain.
One thing at a time.
Yeah.
I will make a toolbox to animate entangled terrain.
Gotcha.
Yep, we knew that was coming.
Toolbox coming
will-
down and
So timer
enabling
goes
the
away?
entangled terrain.
No,
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 it stays-
it's still yeah.
Still doing this thing.
Toolbox, also one
I
of the new cards in
will
Gothic that you will see probably in most of the decks,
play
at least
a
1 to 2
trinket
copies
into its
of.
hand to animate Drought.
Drought is going to be activated.
will-
Interesting.
So wait,
It's not
let me make
opting
sure.
for the cursed item.
Math. 1,
Which you
2,
would have
3, 4,
thought,
5,
maybe.
6, 7. So I have 7. I've spent 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I can do it. Good. So I have 3 more mana. So I'm going to crack this toolbox to
Looks like he's
cast
going to
an
use the
Angry Mob here.
toolbox right away
Destroying
for another Gothic art, the
Gargantula.
Angry Mob, which
Okay.
The
has a
trinketed
Genesis that
entangled terrain
kills
will
an
destroy
adjacent
your other
elite or
Gargantula for
unique
5.
minion, which she uses on the Gargantula.
It's definitely
Get that in a second.
Yep.
a rather
I cast
gigantic
this,
version
so
of
I'll
that.
animate this
Yeah,
guy.
yeah, for sure.
I forgot that it
Yeah.
still counts as a cast.
Yeah, and with the
Interesting
trinket,
play.
the
That's all my mana.
entangled
for
terrain is
round
big
1.
enough to get rid of the
So
Gargantua
I'll make
without
a
getting killed
common village,
itself.
hire a
Unfortunately,
foot
the
soldier,
drought is still under trapped by
and
the other spider, by the root spider.
they're
So not
disabled.
sure if he.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
looks
so
like
that was
he's
dumb.
just
I don't
realizing
think
that.
I need
He's
that.
just realizing that. Yeah, that's why
Yeah.
we were both surprised that he
Yeah, well,
had done
you
that.
could
But
kill
it-
it next
it's
turn, so it kind
alive.
of doesn't matter. But
It's alive,
yeah.
yeah. It's true.
It's under.
I will swing. It doesn't matter. I'll swing on the. You have no
Oh, that's
blocker. Oh yeah,
So
yeah,
you
no
hit that one.
blockers. Yeah, I'll hit that 1 for 2,
Yep.
and that's my turn, sir. 9/9.
Yep. 9/9.
Let's do it,
Tied.
man.
We're
It's
tied.
a spicy match.
Tied.
Whew.
So this
this
guy's a
back. This is
3
1.
power. Yeah.
3 power for 2. Everything's alive too. I shouldn't have woke up that drought, but you live and you learn.
And here we see the power of the root spider. If the Avatar of Air player next
Tap.
turn is just opting to move
Got how much mana?
next to the
1,
pebble path, underneath the pebble
2,
path,
4, 5,
it is
6.
actually preventing 2 of the Enchantress cards to be proactive and attack them.
Right.
Yeah, root spider is one of the cards you either hate them or you love them.
Depends if you're the one with it or not over here.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. It's interesting. I was again chatting last night at a local play that of all of the cards that I've acquired, and I'm not a collector. I'm more of a
Mhm.
player. Surprisingly to me, I have found very few root spiders. I have, in some cases, far more elites of a particular card than a root spider. I have found 3 total of all
Yeah.
the. Yeah.
And I'm not
So
mad about
it feels more
I'm
like
not
in
honest.
the elite in the acquisition
The
side.
avatar's not an owl.
Yeah.
Correct.
It
Yeah,
is.
they can't be
Then a whirling blade.
not less enough.
Okay.
Oh wow, and we see a whirling blade,
Wow.
which is also an
Takes up to
outstanding
2
card
steps, right?
Yeah.
in the current meta. Looks like it's just going to be played on the Avatar of Air
King,
To
This guy?
move.
that guy.
to move 2 places.
But she's
Yeah,
tapped now.
on the
And
Oh
put-
no,
No, she's not tapped.
Yeah, if that's like free
Village.
steps
That's free
Did she
via
tap?
magic,
Okay.
you don't
Doesn't
tap.
tap.
And then she
Right.
boulders.
And there's
Got you.
and it's
Sick,
boulder
dude.
time.
Very nice play.
dealing 1
Very
damage
nice.
to
So
the
you
Enchantress
ping me
and
with the whirling
be
blade.
able
And there goes the
to
boulder.
Yeah.
goes
for
the bowler
1,
and
then you
very
hit me
nice.
for 4.
Yeah.
And you
Kill all
always
my
have to be
shit.
aware
That
of
was awesome.
Avatar
You
of
kill
Air
all my
is
stuff.
All the stuff.
movement
Great turn.
avatar number 1.
Great
If
turn.
there's a boulder in play and even it's on your side
Trying to
and
keep
it
it
seems like
PG
it's
for
far
the
away
young
from you,
sorcerers
they
at
will
home.
have options to activate it.
Dang, man. Really
Yes.
nice
Yeah.
play.
Yes.
And
I
once
was
again,
planning on rolling that back at you.
quite
Just to be
the
clear.
blower turn
I
here
guess
to
I
get
won't
rid
be
of
doing
2
that
of those
anytime
sites,
soon.
And
2 of those
Nice. Okay.
auras, I'm sorry,
Unanimated.
and dealing another 4 damage. So
Yep.
he's just 4 more damage away from
Spells.
doing
You
the
love to see it. You love to see it.
bringing
I
him
would
to
like
death's door,
a sight
which could
like
be like almost every charge minion in area. Quite a few.
Thank you,
Thank you.
sir.
Gyre Hippogriffs, for example, classic card in these kinds of decks.
I'm pretty positive I want this.
So Enchantress has to be a little bit aware of that.
Yeah. And he lost
Just
all
dead center.
the auras
Total
that he had
envelopes.
placed. Oh,
We know
okay.
it. We
We
love
love
it.
We
Mm.
love the
They're so hot
A
right
little
now.
bit of card draw here.
Yeah.
Those Omphalos, very popular in most decks right now.
I'm worried.
There's a bit of an art and science of brewing, though,
I
with
think I need to stay aggressive.
that
so
particular card.
I'll make a Shield Maidens here.
Because you can put yourself in a position of
I
uncastable.
will swing there for
Yeah, for
3.
sure. And we saw Team Roots Spider not moving on the Pebble
No.
path.
I still have mana. Double
Mr.
think.
Conhel, I don't know if I
Sure.
pronounce
Yeah,
your name
yeah.
My bad. Sorry about
the
that.
right way. I'm sorry if I'm
Appreciate the
not.
take back
But
there.
he
Yeah.
Cool, man.
he mentioned
4
it
to
was in the
4.
chat
This
as
is
well
just, dude. This is a slam.
We're just tying it up.
Your last.
We put you guys in
that
the
the Roots
Yeah,
Spider
you guys smelled a match. You smelled a good match
Well
coming.
done.
Hey, no matter what happens,
Yeah.
this has been a great game, man. Okay,
This is
this
good.
bounces.
This is good.
Toward draws.
Toward draws, yeah.
And it's your go.
Yeah. Okay. Untap.
All right, Shield Maidens here. A little bit of a defense for the Enchantress, so whatever will damage the Enchantress, it is 1 less damage as long as you
Right.
don't have
All right.
a way of getting rid of the Shield Maidens.
Can this happen when they're disabled? No. Yeah. A friggin' root spider. I'll tell
All
you.
right. We are tapping.
Okay.
For sight. So it gets my threshold.
So we are kind of like in a race situation here. Whoever is able to bring the opponent to death so earlier is the one who's most likely to win, since both players have like in their colors and just the way the most of these decks are built have so many options to deal the final blow if your opponent's on death's door.
Legion of Gaul.
And we see Legion of Gaul.
At a collection.
Ooh.
Well,
That's
you can look at your own, you know.
Yeah.
The,
Yeah,
the
interesting
reveal.
in the
There's some
late
juice
game
in
as
there,
well,
man.
since you can kind of get rid of the
I put
cards
the-
in your
What do you mean?
opponent's
Oh yeah, yeah. But earlier when he's like, man,
Yeah.
you got 10.
collection that are able to kill
Yeah,
you.
For all you out there who ever shuffled
So
your collection into
if
your
you're on
spell
to
book,
a
you can
toolbox,
always mark them with a
it's
little
not
piece
an
of simple
Or
blue
counter
card to
automatic
remind
win.
yourself.
No.
Well, originally my homie Wes from our Southeast Michigan crew, he proposed the question, but I was the one asking because I'm curious how to not be so
So are
disorganized.
they setting up a boulder rule among other things here?
Oh, right. That's smart. Heck
Yeah, I guess if you don't have a minion that can use it right away, Legion of Gaul.
You really gotta
Also,
take
I'm not
all
really
those.
sure how
Those are
many
really
cards he has
good, Greg.
in hand
Those are
in
ways I
general.
can
I
kill
just
you, Greg. Why
know
are you
he had
taking those
one
away?
You keep
one
these.
Okay, I'll
turn
put
where he
them
didn't
upside down.
No.
play a
Yeah,
single card.
you wish.
Except that I
And
think he
then
played at
I
least one card
will
per turn,
tap.
which makes me assume he's low on cards with no
I
card
had
for
a
engines.
feeling you were creeping
Okay,
over
so-
there.
Spider.
It's got 3 cards, 1 sight, 2.
One side, 2 spells.
Yeah,
Yep.
2 spells. Yeah.
Disabling him. And I will pass.
Dang, dude, that was smart. I did.
So
It's
there's
okay.
no
Yep,
Yeah, thank you.
no
for
4
asking.
damage at
I'm
least
gonna get a
on the board
spell.
right now.
Yeah.
You see
Um,
free though. Shield Maidens and just attack from the Enchantress in the Avatar is free.
That rolling boulder's
So
got
he
my
just
name
needs
on
one
it.
more
I
and
can
he has a
see
trinket.
that happening.
So for what we know, he
So,
can door
You
the
can go
Avatar.
door.
What
Yep.
do I do? What do I do?
Actually, there is a gameplay state that I do need to.
Oh.
Was this
Yeah.
Shield Maidens in effect when the Whirling Blades and the Boulder play happened?
It was
Then you would actually regain 2 life.
Oh, okay.
one life, right?
2 for each instance.
I
Oh,
think there's
correct,
a.
correct. Hey,
Okay,
thank
yeah.
you for that, Judge.
I think that
Oh,
Shield
we
Maiden
love
was
our-
dropped
hey,
after
hey,
the
we love our
Rolling
judges.
Blades.
I thought it was
time.
cast
Thanks,
afterwards,
man.
or not?
Appreciate you.
Yeah.
No.
It was cast
I
afterwards,
can't
pretty
keep up
sure.
with this game. I just love it. I
Okay.
don't-
Take 1 less damage.
Oh.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, so
I have to mentally rewind things,
hit
but I
and
thought
the
that
boulder.
came
Okay,
in
good looking
after.
out.
Yeah, pretty
I
sure
gotta
to be
study
honest.
up. I want to be like these judges. You know, the judges, they probably got an advantage in the game. Well, I can't do
Well,
anything because the
does
spider.
make a little bit of a
You're gonna
difference,
hit me
sure.
with a friggin' boulder.
Oh, yeah.
But if
this
the
feels
Enchantress
gnarly.
is, you don't see the cards in hand, obviously, but I guess
But
getting
I
your
really
opponent's
wanna
death
get
door
to
is
the
always a
death
good
door,
starter of
so
turn. So,
I'm gonna
Yep.
double.
yep, and there we go.
There's the double trinket.
trinket
Umphalos's Blaze of Glory, just to hit
and the
you for
Blaze of
4.
Glory.
Oh,
Wow.
because we had forgot
Yeah,
to
just
note
fight
that
sitting near it, right?
Oomphy,
Your
as I call
back,
it,
you don't
is
care.
picking cards, drawing
True.
cards at the end of each turn.
Okay.
So
So I'm gonna move.
there's
to
a
not
little
take a
a
blindfold
spicy
there,
card advantage
hopefully.
with that
Yeah,
environment.
interesting
Bounces.
here.
Shield
With the
maidens
option of
would
using
love to
that, you
protect
would
me,
think, all
but
right,
they're
you
not
can
dumb,
just
and they
put him
see
to Door of the
they
Double
see that
Trinket for
bulldozer,
sure, and
You're
just
at
keep the
door.
Place of
Yeah,
Glory
the
for the Death
Blaze of
Blow
Glory hit
for
for
next
4
turn.
here.
Yeah.
These guys
But
technically
yeah,
untap.
I mean, playing it like that means
Has
you
to
can
use,
get out of the reach of the Rolling Blow for sure.
Right.
And he's still on Death's Door, so yeah, sure. Let's see. Maybe he has like finishes all days in his hand, and Umful is also gonna draw a card, so yeah.
Yep.
She's a 2-power, correct?
Currently, yep. Well, she'll take 1 less damage too.
Yeah, I think the
Nearby allies take 1 less.
She gives it to
the
us.
plan for the Avatar of Air should be here. Most likely get out of the reach of the Enchantress
No poison, no,
and everything that
no
deals the
arcane
death blow
barrage,
to you.
no deserts. I love
And
some
bring
sweet
your
country
opponent to
music.
Death Story. Kinda
Can
it's
you
gonna be a
do
long
that
way. If you wanna
Yeah,
win,
I don't know.
you need a
One
little bit of
turn
luck.
you can do that.
Shield
I think
maidens, so
evasion is probably premium right now.
petty.
Evasion is premium, yeah. That would have been one of the turns where you can, if you have it, like play grapple shot onto your own Legion just to get out of the reach and
Right. Right.
be safe a little bit. But I think we saw Arcane Barrage and a Land Surveyor. Land Surveyor not particularly interesting here.
Okay, so he's moving,
He's moving. Okay.
but he needs to go farther.
He
And
definitely needs to.
here's
Oh,
his
he
Arcane
has
Barrage.
to waste the Arcane Barrage on the Shield Maidens.
It won't
Okay.
But unfortunately, since those are each single instances of damage means
It
the
doesn't
Shield
do
Maidens
anything.
exactly
Right, because a maiden will reduce each,
every single
if
instance
you
by
will.
1. Yep.
Right.
Yeah, you
Right.
can roll that
Yep.
back. That's fine.
By same token,
Yeah.
that spell is pretty useless against Ironclad,
Mm-hmm.
even though it looks big.
So I can take the
Because he
Yeah.
shrugs off at the damage there.
And unfortunately, because due to the fact that the Enchantress used the Salt Earth earlier in the game to put down, to get rid of the Demainer and replace it with a village, the Avatar of Air can't use the Land Surveyor here to drop a defender for Avatar of Air, so I only see a way out here. Looks like you just have to hope that your opponent doesn't see the line. Oh, that would have been a great card in this deck early on.
That's it.
I got you.
Yep.
Dude, great game.
Yeah,
So that
and
Wuthering
there it is.
Heights.
Handshaking,
I love
and
that.
the
You said
Enchantress
that
gonna
yacht over
take that
here.
one
That's smart.
away.
Ignored you here, but you would have just hit me from
Oh, and
Yeah,
you were
cool. Nice to
committed. I
see that
respect your
Enchantress
commitment
Yeah,
there and everything.
is a deck that is coming back into the meta. Always a tricky one to play. Always a tricky one to play against, especially with cards like Wildfire.
Right.
Yeah, it requires a whole new way of thinking a game. If all those aura can be a minion, often oversized, and have a weird way of moving around. Yeah, congrats to the Enchantress player. Nice game.
Very nice. Very nice. Do you yourself play Enchantress very often as an avatar?
I didn't before with Gothic. I kind of played it a little bit more for sure in
Okay.
also in the competitive meta. I think like it is outstanding right now. If you play against water decks and you have just a drought for free, kind of getting away with screwing your opponent's threshold, and it's working so fine. With cards like Rolling Blades, Giantism, Place of Glory, Warp Spasm, all those things. Yeah, you can just do like an absurd amount of damage out of nowhere, kind of, and all your minions have some sort of evasion since they are auras in your
Right.
opponent's turn most of the time. Means it's harder for your opponent to remove them.
it's a different form of board presence in that sense.
Yeah, for
Because
sure.
your opponent can certainly have many minions down there, but because as you mentioned that it's an ore on their turn, unless they have some ore removal spells or minions they can
Yeah,
cast that will have as a side effect remove that, they're stuck.
they're stuck. Yeah, and especially if you like bigger auras, like 4 power or more for converted mana cost, like cards like Rolling Blades, they just work so nicely with it when you can just like clear the board
Yeah.
and do a ton of damage. Yeah, definitely something you have to watch out. Enchantress is out there right now.
What do you think is the best counter in terms of dealing with that type of thing? With if Enchantress starts driving the meta
Yeah, I
to
think
an extent.
Enchantress historically has a little bit of problem into very aggressive deck. So if your opponent just do like red fire charge minions all over the place, you just tend to be a little bit too slow to deal with them. Um, so that's definitely something Enchantress probably don't want to play against. Um, yeah. But
So
besides that,
very
I think
aggro decks would be more of a
very
challenge.
aggro would be more of a
Yeah.
challenge. But I think besides that, you kind of have a game into most of the deck. So you don't really see an avatar and think like right away, oh, this is gonna be unwinnable.
I thought it was interesting the way that Burning Hands was used too. We
Yeah,
didn't see any big power cards in the Enchantress's deck, so they probably figured they had a pretty good safe play on that. The upside was much higher than any life loss.
yeah, he kind of had the option to do so if he would have faced like we said earlier, like a more aggressive uh opponent. I think those Searing Juice would be not too healthy for him. Just waste your kind of turn to draw 2 cards. And lose a bunch of life is probably mostly not good enough to survive or just turn around the game later.
There's a lot of pressure out there.
Kevin, what's the deck you currently play the most, or what do you enjoy the most?
What do I enjoy the most? Well, let me reflect on that. Um, what I had been playing until recent rule changes, I was playing Druid Fire, Mono Fire a lot,
Mm,
and Tawny Mischief, and that worked pretty well up through the end of the year last year.
yeah,
But things change. So,
yeah.
so I haven't played that as much. Although I know some of the local folks here, Golden State Avatars out here in California.
Mhm.
Um, they there's a few folks that are still playing
The Druid.
Druid, but right, but they're taking more of advantage of the Flip Druid
Yeah, for sure. I think this is like
with
the
the
new way of approaching it.
yeah. It's just change up on strategy. I
Yeah.
haven't retuned my deck that I was using previously for that purpose. Lately I've been uh, either playing Sparky,
Mhm.
which is not really my personal style because it really wants to be played aggressively, but it forces me to learn how to do that sort of gameplay approach. So I play a bit of that, and then I've been playing Ironclad with Mono Water, just really to learn the new cards for Gothic. Um,
Hmm. Yeah, for
and
sure.
I've been schooled on that to great degree. It's slow, but what I found when I've been playing it, and it's actually improving a little bit. All right.
All right, guys, we're gonna do a little break here and be back in about 10 minutes for our next game. Stay
Okay.
tuned and see you guys later. Bye bye.
All right. We'll be back about 9:22 then.
All right, guys, we are back with our second game here, Plate Dancer versus Battle Mage. And first impression, we see some beautiful foil avatars, and the Plate Dancer player even has a signature on it from Brian Smith. Very nice, very nice.
That is nice.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, I have to admit I've never seen a game of Blade Dancer before. I played, oh, it's not even true, but definitely not Battle Mage against Blade Dancer. Both avatars like one of those combat avatars trying to get onto the opponent's side of the field quickly and yeah, get advantage out of their attacking power. So let's see who is the better swordsman here.
Yeah, we probably expect to see pretty much aggro on both sides in terms of deck construction.
Yep. Yep. Not really sure if the Battle Mage has an ability whenever it kills an enemy with his attacks, he be able to draw a spell and
Right.
Battle Blade Dancer like naturally doesn't have too many creatures in his deck, so maybe he's not really getting too much use out of his avatar ability here.
Yeah, I would wonder that as well.
Looks like he played a tower right off the bat, and he used it for something. I don't know if you
I
catch that.
did not see
In the Cursed Desert.
what that benefit was. I can't see if there's anything that was if he did a spell that he discarded for. Okay, we've got a toy.
We
Key to
do.
the City?
Yeah, Key to the City, new card from the new set. It is provides you an additional mana at the start of your turn, and it also prevents or disables the effect of opponent's sites when you enter them. Interesting that he opts to build his sites to the left and not to the front, so he doesn't want to be too aggressive right away. Seeing what the
Trying
Battle
to
Mage.
inviting Blade, the Battle Mage to move forward.
Yeah.
I've played one spell, one site. Yeah, I do believe I.
Perhaps area-wise, he doesn't want to have a larger scope for defense. In terms of options, he says, "Just come on at me."
Yeah.
Okay, so touche.
All right. So both of them not really wanting to meet each other in the middle of the board. Even with a warhorse here.
Yeah, and he's used the warhorse just move out of the way.
Move to the side, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how this plays out. Not too much experience about the matchup, as mentioned earlier. So I don't really have a prediction about the whole thing. Just
Okay.
sit
Please share
here
thoughts.
and enjoy the game. We're in for a ride, probably.
There. And I will pass the turn.
Yeah, both players upgrading on their artifacts. I think both avatars are known for having a few more artifacts compared to other avatars in their deck.
Right.
Like,
Well, they're aggressive. They want to be able to have impact. They want to make contact, and so having the power boost from
some sort of
various
equipment.
artifacts. Right. Depending on how aggressive they may be. Be interested to see if we encounter any of the newer aggressive artifacts that came out of the Gothic set.
Yeah. So if you Battle Mage wanting the Hand of Glory, for example, an artifact that costs one mana and makes you flame spellcaster, which might be not too interesting, but it gives you additional attack power. Oh, and we see a teleport. Classic card from the better set.
Yeah.
And a Battle Mage and the Horse. gonna go in for 2 damage here.
Okay, so
There we go.
didn't have to
That's the
worry
reason
about
why.
So I
no bridges
will
built, just
Yeah,
right there.
draw sight.
he never had to. He can just teleport over to you and
Right.
just smacking you in the face. Which is a little bit
We will
troublesome for the Blade Dancer, because if you wanna get in for some damage, you can't attack the sides.
play
You have to attack the Battle
Right.
Mage, and that means you take additional damage every turn you do so. So interesting how Blade Dance player
we'll play
is
a
responding to
forge
that.
here.
Well, still
Lance,
no
please.
bridge. See another Forge coming down. Is he gonna play the mana for another lance? Might be a little bit risky,
But,
depending on what he wants to do.
Get the lances over there, then the
let's
battle
see.
mage could choose to take his war horse and
Yeah.
pick that up, unless he's got something else that he can cast there to grab
Mm.
it.
Yeah, a play we saw very often, a classic Forge play, was Forge into a charge minion. Like Power Waste could be an option here, for example.
Yep.
Red Cap
Okay,
Power
he's
Waste.
yeah, he
Okay.
moved to the other side now.
Mm.
On second thought.
So he has 5 mana this turn with the key to the city, and he looks like he's on
I'll play
mono
a
red,
Horse and
and we see the
Kobolds
kobolds. Ooh,
for 3.
Kobolds, okay.
Alright.
most likely gonna take out the war horse here,
Mm-hmm.
but that
I am
also
not
means that
producing
the
the
battle
Genesis of the
mage
Forge.
can
Um,
get rid of the kobolds,
I'm
and
going to play
that
the
And
means
get card
also
draw.
that he can. Oh my god! And we see
Oh.
wreck. Isn't that amazing?
Oh.
and I
Oh. Okay, this will be
with that
fascinating for me. I've not seen that played
I
yet.
will
Have
Nah,
you had any experience
Horse
with
and
this,
Kobolds
Felix?
is
I
going to
did. It is
strike
one of the
Battle Mage,
more
so
confusing cards,
2,
but also I
and
have to
Battle Mage
admit
is
one
going
of the
to be
coolest card I've
stretched.
seen in Sorcery
It's gotta be adjacent.
so far.
Right there.
If the rack isn't anything you laugh about when you see it, first time you read it,
So the rack is on the
I don't
on the
know
Kobolds.
what it is with you, but yeah, the rack is quite hilarious actually. So, if you strike like your opponent's avatar with the rack,
That is my turn. Alright.
that basically means that you're gonna get stretched and you're gonna occupy another adjacent location, and then you
You're
lose
also gonna
1
take
life for
2
each
more
location you
from-
occupy.
So that's your life.
Okay.
So we're gonna see, do the kobolds
Oh, I got
with
it.
their end of turn ability, where they can strike an adjacent enemy, gonna strike the horse or the battle mage and
My turn? Yep.
stretch the battle mage. Looks like he's stretching the battle mage,
Yep.
dealing 2 damage, then additional 2 damage with the rack itself. And the battle mage now also occupies the forge with the kobolds and the blade dancers on top of it.
So I've never been stretched personally, but does this do it to every place that I'm stretched to? It doesn't matter right now, but I pick one. You will pick one. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
They
but as
moved
we
the
said earlier, I think
I'm going to
Did the
play
lance stay in play?
and I'm going to hit you for 3 damage.
the lance is still on the blade dancer, if I'm correct.
Okay.
So that'll be 3 damage.
Wow. We actually see it backfires a little bit for the blade dancer player, able to use the spin attack on the same side with the blade dancer, since he's stretched on top of that, means he can play a spin attack on it, and that will just deal 3 damage to the blade dancer and also get rid of the kobold. So kobold
Then that's my
losing the
turn.
rack
I'm, of
also
course,
means he
going
could
to,
pick it up.
Right.
Tap to hit you for
Yeah, that is quite the explosive battle we see here.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So that'll be 5 damage total for you. And then I'm going to also swing with the horse. You'll take 2 from
It's Battle of the Racks.
the lance will break.
Battle of the Racks, yeah.
Yeah.
2, and you take a
Wow.
total
All right,
of
and he opts to, as
7,
far as I understand that,
3,
he
4, 5,
took the
6,
rack,
7. Sure. So you will be down
attacked the
to
blade
8.
dancer, deal another 3 damage.
Yep.
And then
He's stretching the blade
And
dancer
then
now.
switch
to
land
its side,
dancer. Yeah.
do another 2 damage. Breaks the lance as well as the blade dancer strikes back, dealing 2 damage to the battle mage.
Okay.
All right.
Cool. You're the green guys, and I'm the.
Yeah,
the
that's
other color.
escalating
So
quickly. This round
Yeah,
could
it
be
feels like this could
over
be pretty quick.
quicker when we imagined. Yep.
Is Battle Mage and engulfed.
Okay.
Yep. I will go ahead and stretch you over there, and then I'll pass it over.
Okay. I will untap. I will.
Oh,
Spell.
all right. Let's
I
see. Still having
will
the advantage of a little bit
tap
more mana due to one more site in play and the key to the city.
And the
draw
key.
a site.
But he needs to
We
find
will
a solution
play
to that wreck.
a Great Famine here.
Oh,
Great
okay.
Famine
Well,
for mana spend. I mean, that at least gets rid of the Warhorse.
right.
Untap my long boy, and my horse is dead from the.
And looks like he tapped
Like the
for
there. Means that you can't play
for
dupes
site.
to stop
He
At least
picked
that's
up a
what it
site,
seems.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I will start my turn by drawing a spell.
Oh my god. I'm gonna lie, I think the Battle Mage is like in a huge advantage here. Just due to the fact
You have 8 life.
that if he taps
I will
and
do
swing
3,
another time
4,
the
5,
blade ends,
6
it's just
to you,
raw
and
6
when I
damage
strike you,
onto the blade end.
so
And with
I'm
a
going
very
to
cursive deck,
cast,
I could assume he could even bring him to door this
so how does
turn.
this work if I'm stretched?
Oh boy, that's the question.
So does
I was
it
really hoping not to have to answer this.
does it affect this site is what I'm asking. If I take a step over there.
Yes.
It would.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Well, then I will put you to door. I'll play Blaze. I will take a step, and I'll swing
There we go.
my
Yeah,
this side
that's
of the
the
battle mage.
last
getting
2 damage
Will
that
hit
would have
you
needed
with the
to
rack.
bring him on
That'll be
door.
8 damage total.
He's
I'll stretch you to
blazing.
another location.
Yeah.
I will stretch you
Blazing
over
onto
here, just
the
looking at your movement options
forge
now.
on our right side, swinging at the Battle Mage as well.
This. Oh wait, you're already occupying this one, so I will stretch you over here now.
Yeah.
And I'll
Yep.
pass it to you.
And that's gonna be 8 damage in total.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's a door.
I do believe I
Ooh.
take 2 damage from that though, right?
Yes.
Because
And he's gonna lose 2 damage as well as he's on the same location as the Blaze.
I'm at 12.
Right.
Happened.
Go for
So
it.
that's door.
Well,
That
Good
is
game.
door.
That
good game.
is
Good
yeah.
game.
That's
And that's the handshake.
That
Yeah.
was
yeah.
No
very
answer for
explosive.
that.
I felt that playing
Yeah,
back was probably
alright.
the wrong
I would
choice.
not have let me get my hands on
Definitely,
however,
definitely, it's
this,
something. Probably a game.
guess
If you
I
play
didn't
it
have
10
much
times,
to
you
do
see like
anyways
10
because
different
like this
outcomes
is not
and
gonna do me
10 different
anything
ways of
with what's
how
going
it
on.
works.
So it's
And we see
I didn't have
the hand of
minions.
the Blade Dancer here.
I
He
had
has
this was the
like
only minion that I
only
could
creature removal
No.
spells
Well,
with
I
Infiltrate
have
and the Betrayal.
3 minions in the deck.
right.
And
He had
I only run
Wrangled,
16.
I think, is in there. He
I
had
think
the
yeah,
So I just didn't
Wait,
have
the spear that
the
we all can
proper equipment
pronounce.
to deal with Battle Mage. So
I love the rack. The rack is an S tier card for Battle Mage.
it is,
and for Blade
and
Dancer, too.
it works because I can do the rack twice. I can trigger that rack effect twice.
Yep, you swing on them, stretch them, and then you move to that location and stretch them
Yeah.
again. I was doing that when I tried out Blade
But
Dancer.
there's nothing here. There's these next cards. There's nothing that I could have done in this matchup.
You
It
guys
was
were table 8, correct?
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, I had a.
Do you want to report it?
Yeah.
And then does that look correct?
I had a match.
Yeah,
against
guys, I would
where
just
we
probably because
started,
it's
it was
already
like
7 p.m. So I would
4.
do some dinner from yeah for us
Like 5
basically over
mana
here.
or something. I had a fine courser here. I have since taken those out of the deck.
Are
Fine
we
courser there.
live?
I put
Still
the
live
rack
right
in
now?
his hands. I had me
Still live,
it,
right?
and then I had the horse grapple shot his
All right,
avatar,
guys,
stretch
we
him,
gonna take a little break
then
here. Be
swing
back
at his
for
avatar,
the next
hit him
match
another
in
one,
about
stretch
probably
him
something like
again.
10
The horse
minutes.
dies because the avatar has 1 health,
Yeah, you
or,
guys,
sorry, 1
please stay
power.
tuned
Then I
and
pick up the rack,
in for
and I
another
swing for
cool
another 3,
game of
stretch him
Sorcery.
again.
See you around.
And,
Bye bye.
it was
I think even if I put,
Disgusting,
I think if I
disgusting.
even put the rack on myself, I still would have lost this match because I'm having to hit you each time for 3, and I'm taking
Yes,
3
yes.
damage. It's not the rack. Either way, I'm sure probably some of the commentators thought that doing the rack on the kobolds was probably the wrong move. I don't think I had a chance in this matchup the way it
It
went,
would have
so.
it would have been difficult to get a large amount of value from the rack because it would have gotten good value, but quickly I would have started taking up all of the sites, and you wouldn't have been able to stretch me without tapping to play more.
Yeah.
And yeah, I once I saw that you weren't going straight forward right away, I just was like, I'm gonna backline and teleport. Usually I really like to get to 5 mana early on, but I figured that if I can just get on you as fast as possible, you are a melee avatar as well. But like in my last matchup against the other battle mage, I grapple shotted onto him really early and just started swinging, and he started swinging on me too. But the difference is I can swing on his sights and not take damage, and he can only swing on me and take 3. So that's a huge advantage.
That's a huge advantage.
When me and Lucy, Pete's kid, play, we do Avatar Earth mirror matches against each other. Basically every event we both go to, and that's kind of it. It's whoever pulls that grapple shot in that like first instance of damage, you build the tempo, and when you're just swinging body blows, that's kind of what it comes down to.
Spell for turn. Tap and play a Troll Bridge.
It's pretty good.
And thank you. And for 2, I'm going to play a Toolbox.
Also very good.
You can track your mana and threshold on that. The only one that I request that is kind of a mandatory one is the life totals, because that is for the stream.
Sounds great. Perfect. And I'll pass.
All set. Let's do Cypher turn. Tap for a Garden of Eden.
Mm-hmm.
Adept Illusionist.
Mm-hmm.
Move over Tani. Pass turn.
Tap everything. Tap for a tower. Thank you. Giving me 4 for the turn. I'll play cat and a ward. And pass.
That seems pretty good. All right. A spell for turn. Didn't untap Druid, but we'll tap Druid for...
Folks, they do need me to commentate over the match. If you need a judge, I am listening to it. Just say
Just call for it.
judge.
Appreciate it.
Back.
Thanks, Chris. We'll tap for a Watchtower.
Mm-hmm.
For 3, we'll coin Nixie.
Okay.
User wants a turn ability to break the board.
Sounds good.
And then we'll tap the Illusionist to fetch the other.
Excellent.
Think, where do I want to summon it? I'll do it on top of this Illusionist.
All right, I am back here. This is your resident judge / commentator, Chris, and I'm here with Tom. We are watching the round 4 feature match, which is Savior versus Druid. Now, Tom, when I was first calling these guys up, because we pick a featured match based on a couple of interesting avatars that we think could make a good, interesting matchup, they almost didn't want to come up with us because I said it would probably mean we'd restart your game, and they were just starting, and they went, we really like our opening hands, both of us. And so I told them, you know what, if you both trust each other, I will let you could keep all of it, and you could just start with it because that's going to make a more interesting match.
Yeah. Awesome. I've been watching as we've been doing the sound checks, a little bit of the universe play out there. It's fun to see the druid still in play
Yeah,
after the changes to the rule set there.
Is that Innsmouth Docks that they just played? That is a very fun site that just drags something into it. Very good for positioning in water. But yeah, this is going to be a control match. Even though the Lugbog Cat was really quick.
Untapped Illusionist.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, this Savior player seems to be going for the more aggressive approach, but...
Do you mind if I tap yours?
Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay. Sometimes I always want to tap it the way they're going.
Yeah, I think in the rulebook it actually says you got to tap clockwise.
Clockwise, right.
Yeah.
So, Tom, did you play a lot of Druid before the nerf to it?
Yes, I did.
After this game, I might.
For those that know me, I'm out here in California, Golden State Avatar World. I'm a pretty casual player, but I really learned most of the game by playing Druid.
It only pulls minions, right?
And so I played Mono Fire for an extended period of time, and it played pretty well. I got lessons online on TTS, but I have not played it since the rule change. I have to go back and retune some of the things in the deck. So yeah, but the Druid and Tawny were awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I could never figure out how to play Druid. I started kind of doing that like meta hate thing where you say, okay, well I can't play it, so I'll figure out how to play against it. And then when the nerf came, everybody online I feel like was saying, Druid's unplayable. Druid's too terrible now. We can't play it anymore. Nobody will ever play it again. But then we're seeing it right now is a perfectly playable avatar with a good amount of utility to it. It's just not completely overpowered and meta breaking like it was before.
Yeah, I think we see it locally being played still with one particular person, and they're taking advantage of the flip power
a lot sooner.
And basically you got a high power minion that's going to come out from that. Use Tawny while you can, but it's not the resurrection cycle like we'd had before. But game state wise, they're able to still make a pretty good play there. Like I said, it's just not as overpowered as it had been previously.
So I can't see into the Savior's hand, but I have been able to see a little bit into the Druids. He's got a failed mutation in hand, and I thought I saw there was a Lord of Lies in there earlier, which is one of the biggest threats in Gothic. It's kind of a nightmare to play. And he also has the Philosophers, or not the Philosophers, he has the Ring of Morrigan, which is a really great card against Savior because it just pops wards like crazy, basically turning off that advantage.
Right. And Savior's playing water and
air.
Right. So they're depending on what they have for, I call it board gymnastics. They can still have a swap or other types of mischief available, that they might be holding on to should something like the ring come out.
Yeah, I think in any deck that plays water, you should be, at this point, if you're planning to go even to a local tournament, you run 3 copies of swap, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah,
I've been relearning water with the Gothic editions, and it's a swap mate.
Yep, it's just
and when you have 2 water, it's swapping back and forth. It's pretty hilarious sometimes.
Yeah, they are all bunched up in that lower corner. This square, it looks like 19. Everything is really bunched up there, and I don't know who is going to be more affected. Well, actually, the Druid is going to be a lot more affected when one of them jumps up to 5 or 6 mana and does a Call of the Sea or something, or even a Stormy Seas. I've been seeing more play here just because it gets around wards, because it targets the site and not the minions.
Right.
Yeah, have you had a chance to play any Savior? Yourself?
I have not played as Savior myself. I have played against Savior a few times. And interesting challenge because of the wards.
Yeah.
And tempo's a little bit different from what I can see.
You're playing much more of a slow, control-y game just by nature, because if you're warding stuff, you're gonna be off curve by 1 mana every time.
By 1 mana, yes, yes, indeed.
Yeah, I've been
So
testing a couple of brews that are like that, and I can't figure it out, but I've seen other people have like 7 wards out at once, and it's crazy.
right, it makes it a challenge when you're on the other side trying to figure out how do you break through that because the wards are both on the minions and the sites, and so you have a lot of what feel like nothing turns.
Yeah,
I mean
and then
you're encroaching into territory, but nothing happened.
yeah,
Move on.
we also have Sir Peleus come out with a ward. Sir Peleus is, especially in this meta when water is really good and a lot of people recognize it's really good, he's so good because he can just pop up anywhere on the board and just either do sneak damage or get that ping in on something that you were kind of hoping would survive until next turn.
Right. The free movement is outstanding with that particular card. The rack.
Oh my God,
in
we saw that in
game.
Yep, that was one of honestly, Cold Foil Heroes and one of the other vendors down here are selling cards, and that was something that it convinced me. Hey, I need to go buy a copy of the rack to put in my interrogator deck because that was just fun to watch.
Yeah. We've
Mar-
got a flip here.
There we go. And then a grapple shot for Bruin to get rid of it, to get rid of the
Right.
succubus, which was, that's really hard to maneuver around because you kind of need a big threat to get rid of the succubus. And in the meantime, it's just saving a lot of life and kind of drawing this game out.
Yeah.
You know, for how developed this board is and how the game state has gone, neither of them is really up to like a high mana amount,
No.
which is really odd for kind of some of these more control-y decks. I think a lot of them really like to take their time and draw sites, get mana up, maybe play some of those 3-drops that accelerate your mana.
Especially for Savior, you would think there would be a little bit more side formation at this point, but they're playing it slow and low, I gather.
Temp Illusionist system in there.
Okay, we get the second Adept Illusionist. I am not as big on the Adept Illusionist nowadays. I actually just took them out of my water deck because, and this will probably come up in this game, that Mismanaged Mortuary right there,
Right.
it means that you can't get it back because once it goes
Right.
to the graveyard, it's your opponent's graveyard. So
Not yours
you're just,
anymore.
yeah, unless you were running your own Mismanaged Mortuary to swap it back, which, to be honest, if you're in water, you probably should be. Yeah, it's kind of a one-time you tap for another 2 power and a shuffle on your deck. Yep, and here we got the display for Sir Peleus. Submerged may move freely between water locations. That move freely is really a really cool ability. I think it and East-West Dragon are the only ones that have that innately.
Yeah. Did you play much East-West Dragon yourself?
Not a lot, but I did get just absolutely destroyed. When I day 2'd the Courtesan Cup, I played against Ira Faye's kid. His name's Sam, and when we were drafting, he got, I think, 2 of them in his draft pool. And
awesome.
Just completely wrecked me with that.
Yeah. Yeah. That
it looks like that second adept could have been from the graveyard, so I'm actually going to get that off. Get that off the field. Hold on 1 second for that.
You run subsurface? Under. Okay. Up. Under, up, and then over?
No, under, up.
And then up. Okay. Yep, take 4.
Sir Peleus did a little dance there.
That come from graveyard?
Yes.
Should not because of Mismanaged Mortuary. It can't actually come back. In order to resolve the board state, did you tap to bring the Adept Illusionist back? Untap the first Adept Illusionist, and the second one will remain graveyard.
untap this one.
Untap the one that was done. Yeah.
Okay, and leave that in there.
And we continue play as
Sure.
as is.
It's fine. My mistake. Sorry about that.
No, you're totally right. I'm gonna put these like over here.
All right, folks. I am back on this. Just confirmed with the players.
Judge observation here. So it's great that we have a judge here online and live. Could talk a little bit about why and the effect of the mortuary card in particular that caused you to intercede.
Yeah. So in case we didn't realize, I think somebody on the in the chat noticed this right before it was pointed out. The Adept Illusionist allows you to take another copy of it. It's an elite, so there's only one other copy. You tap and you pull that either from your deck or from the graveyard. The other Adept Illusionist had been out before and had been killed, so it was in the graveyard. But Mismanaged Mortuary, which is up on, it looks like 3, right in the center of the board up at the top. It's flooded, it's a water site. Treat your opponent's cemetery as yours and vice versa. It swaps the cemeteries. And Adept Illusionist specifically cares about your cemetery. So if your opponent's cemetery is yours, you can't get your Adept Illusionist back.
Exactly.
Yep.
Are you seeing much of that, the mortuary being in play this week at the con?
This week, well, for the first 2 days of the con, it was limited.
Okay.
So you didn't see a whole lot of it.
Not as advantageous.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those where if you draft it, then cool, it could be useful. But well, there's a lot of graveyard synergy in this set, so it can be useful. But you're not seeing it. You didn't see it as much in constructed though. A lot of people are playing water here, and a lot of people are playing stuff that cares about their graveyard. So it's kind of a must include if you're running water, and honestly, sometimes if you're not. I have a friend who's running Archimago, and I have talked with him about considering whether he's going to just run one of those off color, just as a counterplay in case their opponent plays it. Just have one in the deck.
Right. Good timeline wise, it's kind of a good chance to talk about timeline.
Mm-hmm.
Your opponent plays the mortuary, you're Archie, and you go like, oh, that's unfortunate. But if you yourself play mortuary, why don't you talk a little bit about how the interaction works, for people that are a little newer, or even myself, who is still a learner of the game.
Look, everybody's learning something every game we play of this. So the way that the timeline
that's the wonder
works,
of sorcery.
Yep, it really is. But the way the timeline works in the storyline is what it's traditionally called, is that effects are placed in a very particular order in that the non-active player goes first, and then the active player's things go first, and oldest things take precedence first, and then the newer things take effect. So in this example, you play a Mismanaged Mortuary turn 1, and your opponent plays one turn 3. Your Mismanaged Mortuary will take effect and swap the graveyards, and then next time, and then your opponents will take effect and swap them right back. So you would get your graveyard right back. It goes into some of the more complicated systems of sorcery, the layers system, which is ongoing passive effects. But the codex, which is the governing document that has all of the rules, that has some really intricate details about how the timeline in that storyline actually works and how the system is meant to function. Now, we have that sacred stag that is right in front of the Withering Heights. That is an interesting thing because the double troll bridge there is probably either going to make it break the ward or discard something. But what he could do is, if he doesn't think he needs Tawny anymore, he could have it fly into one of the troll bridges, move the stag up onto the Wuthering Heights, and then blow it using the Wuthering Heights onto that same troll bridge to negate its effect.
Right, because it'd be the second minion to enter.
Tawny would just eat the damage and die.
Right. Which is interesting because with some of the advantage early before the rule changes was Tawny could be kind of a sacrificial minion coming back there. But that opportunity, it's still useful right now because you have the extra minion on the board, still spellcaster, can still move around if someone's not paying attention. So that's a really great example of ongoing use of taunting.
The spellcaster ability is one of the most interesting to me because it's something that I think was very undervalued and more flavor text than anything in beta, and to be honest, most of the time in Arthurian Legends, it really just felt like kind of flavor text of, oh yeah, of course the Cauldron Crones are spellcasters. But now with Gothic and a lot of the positioning stuff, like even outside of fire, which really makes use of it, you have a lot of spells that care about directionality, that care about where you are on the field when you're doing it. And so I really enjoy seeing more spellcasters.
It keeps you on your toes as an opponent if you start seeing multiple spellcasters, even though they may be relatively weak as a minion.
Yeah.
They have other potential if they start getting into your territory or close enough, because you can have the Avatar hang back, but other spellcasters are moving up in the forward lines, and for all the spells that are positional dependent, which are a great many of them, nearby is a lot more reachable.
Also, I see that Serpelius. This is what I was talking about with moves freely. Is it submerged and just moved all the way across the board back to that mismanaged mortuary in one move. It goes from an attacker to a defender. Ooh, this is one of my favorite.
Yes.
So, Tombstone Wardens, we were just talking about the storyline and the layering of ongoing effects. Tombstone Wardens is a very fun one to do with that, because technically it is immune to disabling effects. Have you heard this yet?
No.
Okay, so this is one of my favorite topics to talk about, and it's one that there's ongoing debate in the judges community about like the way that the layer system should function because of interactions like this, where the disabling effects in the ongoing effects, so root spiders, for example, let's say the Tombstone Wardens was on the watchtower, so it's an earth site.
Right.
The opponent plays a root spiders underneath. When the storyline checks, goes through these layers like a checklist of like checks this, checks this, checks this. Effects that disable things are right at the top. I think it's like the second one it checks. And then further down the list is effects that animate things, like the Tombstone Wardens. So what happens is you disable everything on that site, and everything is disabled, and then the Tombstone Wardens come in, and they're not disabled, because they were not minions when that disable affected.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think Marsalis is marking down in blue what all of the body of water is right now, because that is a really important thing in these water, especially water v water matchups, when you have things like Serpelius and floodplains out.
Yep.
Because a lot of things will care about body of water. A lot of things like Maester Storeworm, which is I am gonna guess it's definitely in the Druids, but it's probably in a water savior. That's going to be your top of the line big bomb is the two Maester Storeworms and maybe the Hydras. Hydras don't care so much, but the Maester Storeworm is waterbound, so it really needs the body of water to be like a big portion of the game. But yeah, Tombstone Wardens is a very cool card. I've been seeing it. I saw it played a lot over the weekend or over Thursday and Friday, because people would see it and go, okay, yeah, that's a great defender. That's artifact removal. Do you really want to waste it on that when we have things like toolboxes in the pool?
Order of the Sacred Oak.
Order of the Sacred Oak, another really great one. The order cycle. What are your thoughts on all these on the order cycle? It's White Oak, Pale Worm.
I have played
Sacred
myself
Stone.
with the water. I have seen all of them come up against me. What I find is interesting that in Gothic is that there's a number of, I'll call it cross-threshold, cross-affinity cards where there's a little flavor that you can see you know, from fire to water to earth to air. This being one of them.
The gift cycle is another
The
good
gift
example of
cycle
this.
is the other one like that. Yeah, the gift cycle is actually quite fun.
Oh,
And
he
even if
just
I
removed Tom.
fall victim to it, oh, got the vampire. Very good.
But you were saying about the cycle.
I just the cycle is very enjoyable. They're all the very different type. Well, the cycle we just talked about there. I haven't built all of the decks yet. You know, using Gothic, but for the earth and the water, I've used quite a bit with the gifts to various types of mischief. It's been very fun.
Yeah, we have
But
a
thematically,
question.
it is just cool to see it across the board.
Yeah. We have a question here about why not play the Wardens on top of the Innsmouth, which is further forward, in order to protect Sir Peleus. And I'm not seeing a great reason. It might have just been a more defensive play. Like I said, I cannot see the Savior player's hand, so I don't know what they have and what they're trying there.
Fly in.
Lord of Lies.
Yep, Lord of Lies using the
Bouncer.
Wuthering Heights.
Right. Bouncers.
And then he's going to force a fight between himself. Well, actually, he might not force a fight because it's what discard or take the damage. Lord of Lies can survive the damage, but not the damage and the fight with a 4-power minion. So he has to decide now whether he wants to use it or use it basically as removal, lose a card, or...
On entering, discard a Whirling Blades.
And it looks like he only has one card available to him, so that's a tough decision.
Yeah, and it was the Whirling Blades, which is a really devastating card if he was able to knock it, knock it in.
Can't let that vampire stick.
Yeah, it was. He is right. He just mentioned that he can't let that vampire stick. That's the vampires in this game. Now that there's 5 of them that you can throw in a deck, I know fire players are playing River of Blood, but if you're not, then that thing can just swing the game.
Yeah. Are we seeing a lot of River of Blood in play then because of the life mitigation?
Yep, we have seen in the first couple of matches that we've seen today, both of the ones that were into fire, I've seen a River of Bloods. And I mean, it really shows that right now the meta is in 2 separate directions. It has these very slow control water players who really like incidental life gain through the succubus, through vampires, through things like that. And then you have the other side, these aggressive fire players and earth players who don't want to see that, who want, when you go down, you stay down.
And he wants to just swing out.
Yeah.
Yep. See, and the aggro player in him wants to swing out.
With that little eyes.
Are we seeing, thinking back to the previous match there, are we seeing much Blade Dancer at the con?
See, I haven't seen a ton of it. I've been kind of walking around looking at the matches mainly to bring them up to this. I haven't seen a ton of them, which is a little bit surprising to me. One of the better players, one of the players that I am friends with personally, CJ, who actually took second in the Sealed Championship last night, was telling me, we were talking about it right before Gothic came out, and he was saying, yeah, Blade Dancer is going to revolutionize that kind of battle mage, offensive Voltron style. And it did not. What am I seeing with a stag? Yep, that is the stag underneath the druid.
Yes.
Has that moved recently? Has there been anything to change its effect or change its state? I don't remember if it is still warded or not.
I did not see if the ward had been popped. Sometimes with the card placement, it's a little harder to...
Yeah, when the board state gets a little cluttered like this, it is hard to see that. Okay, that's Count Tolstoy is mentioning why the Tombstone Wardens was there. It is to protect against the Sacred Stag. So when that stag comes in, lost the ward when it killed Peleus. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so that stag is vulnerable. It's still a 4-body, which isn't an issue, but Tombstone Wardens will be a solid defender against it. So I think the idea is getting rid of Tombstone Wardens before you can start running into the stag. And actually, I think that Instant Thought could just pull it in and kind of bait him. Unfortunately, your Tombstone Wardens will only be active, as a 5-power minion on your opponent's turn. But if you can bait your opponent into making the swing there.
Lethal and Ward. Classic combo.
I like it.
Yes, Kyle, the mismanaged mortuary is preventing the other illusionist from being resummoned. It's technically in his opponent's graveyard.
Yeah, got a spell for turn.
Can't get there from here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there you go. There's the pop-up there.
Yep. Ooh, and we've also got a warded lethal minion in the Porcupine. Pufferfish. Those have always been some of my favorite. Just little removal in water. Those 1/1 removal 1/1 minions that can remove something a lot bigger are always good, and when they're warded, you have to take them down twice in order to really do that, so they can get double the value.
Right. It's featured because it's lethal. So with the ward, that's an easy move there.
Followed up with an illusionist swing for 2.
And it's definitely a threat if you're the opponent trying to encroach in there on the water side.
It is very strange that that it's not being played on top of the Lord of Lies, except for the fact that that Lord can always just swing into a site that is not part of the body of water. And if he played it on top, then the Lord of Lies could. Well, no, I guess it forces itself to fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, this Savior player is playing very defensively in a way that I'm questioning whether... Oh, he's not defending with the... He moved to attack, and that Tombstone Warden did not come to do... I guess it's just being used as a chump blocker for the Lord.
Interesting.
I'm not going to say that's a... Yeah, I'm not going to say that's a bad play because it's 4 damage versus 6, but it still is going to hurt.
I'll have Lord of Lies swing here for 6.
Yep, there we go. And then the chump block.
Right.
The problem is the Lord of Lies now gets... The Savior is in real danger because you're going to have the Lord of Lies next turn jumping onto its site, hitting it for 6, and then forcing a fight with the Avatar for another 6.
Right. Right. Unless she has some sort of removal, which could.
Yeah.
There are things. That's going to be a huge...
A big issue.
A big life swing there.
Is a question from Kyle, why is the player not giving the opponent time to declare a block before immediately marking damage? Sometimes if there is no valid blocker available, then you will just mark the damage. Sometimes it's just a speed thing while they're going through this. These are both players who know kind of what they're doing, know what they're blocking. You should always have your opponent do that, and even if you've marked the damage, you can always say, hey, we're going to take this back. I am actually going to block this. Your opponent will always get the chance in real life to, and on TTS, will get a chance to say, no, I am going to declare a blocker here.
Right. I always ask.
Yeah.
Just because sometimes people get a little distracted or they don't see or they're
Yeah. Say, are you going to block with
considering other
this?
moves. Are you going to block or not? You have that option. It's just kind of a friendly reminder.
Yeah. See, those pufferfish definitely went back in order to, if the Lord of Lies does go in and pump for 12 damage, it will die to the pufferfish the next turn.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like it needs to, though. That is kind of the issue that he's facing, is that he's really low on cards in hand. Isn't quite sure what his opponent has. We can see it's a Draperal Vampire, but it's just a lot of pressure from this Druid player. And unless there's some kind of board clearing in the form of something like Call of the Sea to get rid of a lot of pressure, he will very likely be going to door this turn or potentially next turn.
I've been just playing around a little bit more with Call C. It's a good swinger for board state.
Very good removal in water. Not quite as powerful as Atlantean Fate, but you can run 2 copies of it.
Right. I would run 2 copies if I had actually managed to open packs that brought me 2 copies, but at least I have 1.
Yep,
Which
there you go.
It makes me happy. Yeah.
No, yeah, that's part of just the product availability of Gothic is still a little up in the air right now. People are hoping for a second wave soon that will, fingers crossed, be able to get more product in more players' hands, because the game is growing for sure.
We've seen a lot of growing interest out here in Northern California. We can easily get 8 to 12 people on a Friday evening now, just north of Sacramento. Pretty stable play with the Golden State Alucard group that's out here, and it's been nice. And from that, there's, I believe, 3 new players, one of which is very much invested in the game, as I noted last night, because they had a lot of toys in their deck. But it's fun to see new people get excited because they'll watch us play. What is that?
Yeah,
what is that?
I think Gothic was a great way to get new people in, because Arthurian Legends, sure, it was a perfectly fine set, but it also felt like a much smaller set, a step down from beta. But now with Gothic, our playgroup went from like 4 or 5 people, pretty on the regular at our local store up in Baltimore, all the way to on a average night we have 10 to 12 people. We have a bunch of games roaring, and more often than not, I've found I'm using the learn to play decks that we've built for new players to teach somebody new the game every week or every other week.
Are you using smaller deck sizes, or are you going standard 60-30 when you're doing the learn to play?
For learn to play decks, I tend to go 40-20, which is really just for teaching people the mechanics. It's a lot of the ordinary sites, they're going to be the same. And if you play with open hand and it's a mirror match, when you play a card, then they know what the card is. But yeah, and then you introduce them to that, and you say bulk is going to... Oh, I'm getting a judge call right now. I will be right back.
There's a break in the action here. While Chris goes and sorts out some things, and when he's back, we'll get his words of wisdom and what he needed to do to help players there sort out their great mystery. And while Chris is doing that, I will say the Codex is very useful for both. Well, I still consider myself a learning player, but we're always going to be learning. But for new players as well as experienced players, in order to sort out many of the issues that come up during gameplay, and as well as there is a very active community on Discord that you can post various rules questions, and they will get back pretty much within, sometimes as little as a few minutes, but within reasonable gameplay time, just to work through some of the finer points. And the rules do change. Well, I think we had a meeting of the mind, and life is good again.
All right, we are back.
You are back, and I was
Yeah,
saying
they are
you were going to
continuing
give them
play.
words of wisdom and the great sorting hat of sorcery. And what was
So-
the dilemma that they were facing?
So this was just an issue of we are imperfect people playing an imperfect game. Is that he tapped his avatar to draw from his atlas and accidentally drew from his spellbook instead.
Ah, that
Yep.
happens.
Yeah,
Last night to me.
Yeah, it happens way more often than you'd think. And luckily, SorceryCon and really most any organized play nowadays has a very centralized set of rules for things like that. So what happens in that instance is you publicly reveal the card that you drew. Your opponent then gets to say, I would like that to be on the top or the bottom of your spellbook. Or your atlas, depending. So you will put it there, and then it will, and then you draw from the correct one.
Got it.
So in this case, it was a snowball, which is terrifying to see. So there was no doubt he wanted
snowballs.
to. Good snowball
Favorite
is hard
card.
to beat.
Favorite card, Tom. Snowball.
Yep. He put it. He definitely put that on the bottom of his opponent's deck. So
yeah. C'est la vie, c'est la guerre, c'est le snow.
Okay, so we now have another order of Sacred Oaks out here with Ward. I may not have put it there directly on the avatar when a Lord of Lies is directly there, because that's just going to do 3 damage to you and break the ward.
Right.
It's kind of one of those really hard to think through every possible permutation. But Lord of Lies is such a big threat, and its area of effect is so large that bunching up your minions there it hurts.
Yeah, because he's onto the site. Oh boy.
Mm-hmm. All right, so he might be waiting for a little bit of time. The movement tech there is not going to be perfect, but he might have a Riptide in hand that I'm not seeing. But something to self-same well, actually, you know what? No, there's no way to do it. He needs to get the self-same into there after the Lord of Lies enters that mismanaged mortuary, which he can do with the floodplain, and then force another fight, because the self-same simulacrum will come in as very possibly another Lord of Lies. But I think, yeah, this is going to be Druid's game to lose.
Okay. That was the offering. Okay.
Yep. So that's door.
Right.
So did he discard the card for that?
I
need to go check on that just to make
if
sure.
he didn't get all the way in there, he needs to discard a card. If he just takes damage, that's nothing. So I will leave you to that, and we'll talk more about the Troll Bridge and the rules of the road for that.
Yep. Okay. We have a solution. He sacrificed his Adept Illusionist in order to turn off the Troll Bridge's ability by killing it. So Troll Bridge is the first minion that enters the site alone. The first enemy minion that enters the site alone either takes 3 damage or you discard a card.
Right. So sometimes it makes sense to sacrifice one of
A
your
weaker
cards,
minion.
a
Yeah.
weaker minion, and then be
In
able
order
to
to
put
preserve the
power
card
afterwards.
advantage.
Right.
Yeah, this does not look like a favorable board state for the Savior player. I think the best he can hope for is Call of the Sea, which will wipe everything, but then you don't have the mana to play a blocker then for the Dapper Vampire. Actually, you know what? He's got the Porcupine Pufferfish underneath. That would be enough.
Right.
But that's 2 cards in 60.
Yeah.
Yeah, the question is,
For
do they...
me, go ahead.
No, go for it.
No, yeah, you're right. The 2 cards of 60. We were talking a little bit about this again locally last night in terms of construction, where you got 60 cards, which is definitely more than 40, and then more than 50, as the game has evolved. And I was thinking that some things that I've been playing with, they don't necessarily have the right sort of synergy, or again, the odds. What are the odds we're going to get to certain cards? So we've been thinking more of different tack on construction, or I think in more of groups of cards that have similar effects, which I'll be happy if I get any of one from Group A, one from Group B, one from Group C, rather than hoping to top deck in a really large deck these days. Something that is the game winner.
Oops, sorry, I had to ask a question about that because the Winter Nymph on the board right now was just tapping those vampires. I don't think it's gonna do a whole lot of saving because that Lord of Lies is going to be the end there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the Savior tapped is really the end there.
When you're building decks, are you thinking of escape hatches, so to speak? Example, call C, or other type things that you have a feel for what your opponents might be doing, and you're trying to formulate the deck, hopefully in a reasonable fashion, to
Yeah,
anticipate that?
I
What are your
mean, it
thoughts?
really depends on the idea of the deck and whether I'm building it for competitive play or just casual constructed in my LGS. Because yeah, with competitive decks, you do have to think about these escape hatches and you have to think your finishers, your bombs, and your removal. Those are the big 3 that you really need to be thinking about. Like generally, the first things you put in are those in your sights. It's there's a lot of things that go into it, especially. But I mean, like you said, as the game has evolved and we've gotten to more cards in the pool and more cards in the decks, there is a lot more options for getting those and for having different options for that. Yeah, I think they're just kind of calculating it out, seeing if there is a way to salvage this. And unless there's something like a Riptide and an underwater blocker, that's the only thing I can think of that would save him even another turn.
Right, because he only has 2 blockers right now, right?
Yeah.
There's the pufferfish and the nymph, but
But
he's got
yeah,
pressure a lot more than that.
yeah, I mean, something Call of the Sea, Atlantean Fate, Wrath of the Sea, something like that, where that's going to be your thing of once the board gets to the state where things are not, like there's no tenable way to clear the board without mass removal. You need to have at least a couple of those, and then it's just a matter of can you top deck them.
Yeah.
Which Sorcery is a game with very little card draw, so I've always found that if you're running an elite, you have to... Oh, his own Lord of Lies comes down.
Oh, ooh, Okay. Interesting.
Forcing a
All
fight
right.
between the stag and the lord.
Okay. So we've
See,
got.
I
That good
don't think
to. Is that
it's
enough?
no.
I don't know.
I think he's playing it out to the
Because
bitter
we.
end, which is
Okay.
admirable, but
Because.
I think that's game.
Yeah. Right. Because we've got 3. Ah.
Okay, now you're
Yeah.
a little bit of it
That's.
is a little bit of insult to injury there.
Yeah. Yeah. Fey Changeling is.
And we're gonna to just remove all blockers, and there's a handshake. All right, I'm gonna leave you to commentate over the end, and I'm gonna go congratulate our winners.
All right. Thanks, Chris. I found Fey Changeling to be a really lightweight but very powerful card at the same time in terms of situational removal during games. And this also has been useful in cases where your own minions have been acquired, however briefly, with things like infiltrate. It's very nice way to recover that back to your hand, because the changeling naturally is just wandered into the household on that site, and whoever was supposed to be there goes back home. Very interesting. And then I don't know that we actually saw much of the druid flip effect, aside from ever bringing Bruin out temporarily. Um, but the effectively the protection, it's kind of like the thorn effect on the druid sites, because there wasn't a lot of offense being shown on the part of the savior player in terms of minions coming out. We didn't get to see that ability come into play very much that I recall. Hope you're all enjoying the SorceryCon and the live stream. And we'll be back with another match in just a wee bit.
Right on. Cool. Thank you.
16. I like it.
That's pretty high, bud. Only
What you got? What you got?
Four other numbers.
What you got?
Oh, shoot.
For the stream.
Shoot, dang.
For the stream.
For the stream. For the con. Dude, there's a little lip here.
Yeah, I got saved
you,
by
dog.
the lip.
Just the lip. 4.
I will
You
take
got
the play.
it. Yeah, I bet you will, Battle
I
Man.
bet.
I see you over there.
Hey, I see that 20.
You know what's cool? You get to play first, but I get to scry.
You do.
Sucker. All right, let's see.
All right, we are here for our round 5 match. This is your resident judge and commentator, Chris. We are watching a Battle Mage versus Sorcerer match. Emily versus Sean.
Don't forget that.
Yeah.
They are friends in real life, so this is a true battle to test their friendships.
I don't think I have much choice.
So yeah, you can hear in this the kind of fun, friendly banter commentary that kind of makes Sorcery what it is. But this should be a good match. This is just regular card draw, card advantage Sorcerer versus Battle Mage, which gets its card advantage by just beating the stuffing out of your opponent.
Yeah. One of us is going to win. Tap. Ruins. Pass.
Tapping for runes. Okay, so fire, air on the Battle Mage. Those tend to be some pretty normal elements. Air is especially good there. That is a deep sea on the Sorcerer, so we might see mono water Sorcerer. I've seen a few during this tournament, and they're very strong.
Are they playing more a control deck for the mono water sorcerer?
Yeah, a lot of them are meant to take advantage of the kind of issues that you see where we have a lot of mono water necromancers that are coming around because CJ, one of the players I mentioned before, has a deck tech up that is very popular. And so the idea of that deck is that if you're only drawing one card a turn, you should outvalue your opponents. And so Sorcerer is just the same kind of thing where you have these high value cards, but you're outvaluing your opponent not just by playing those high value cards, but by being able to play 2 of them. Or to refill your hand after playing them.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah.
And so it tends to be a very control deck, versus Battle Mage has always been a very aggressive, very aggro deck. Yeah, and I see a tower in the hand of the Sorcerer.
This has been a long day.
Yeah, so when we change the view of the camera, the Sorcerer player, it's right behind her right shoulder. So that's who we're seeing.
Yep. Okay. Yep, I can see that inner hand.
Yeah, there's an Island Leviathan also in there, and then Geyser, which is a super fun card.
Right.
I think
Leviathan is much more playable since Gothic.
I think with the extra thresholds, yeah. That's a really good point. It's one of those that I was talking with some other players about. A lot of these cards that you see from beta didn't seem incredibly playable at the time. Like a lot of stuff to combat water, especially,
right,
was like nigh unplayable. Like Drought was not a card you would play nowadays. If you're running a fire, you might consider running a couple of them.
Exactly.
Move up.
All right, so this is a tricolor Battle Mage because I see water in there as well. Oh, yeah, the Troll Bridge and the Lighthouse in there. That's really interesting. Usually Battle Mages who go a lot of different colors tend to get mana or threshold screwed because they don't have a lot of time to play out sites because they want to get to like 3 or 4.
They want to get in close.
Go. Yeah, because 3 is the average body size in Sorcery. In Constructed, that tends to go up to 4.5 is the average. And so you need to get in and start doing a lot of damage and getting your spells in before they start doing those big bodies. So this is the second Battle Mage we've seen today, and it already feels like a very different matchup.
Right. The first one, it teleported. Hello. Come to
they played across the back row, and then.
I'm not gonna play the floodplain. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm focusing up here. Right.
Okay, we have another Adept Illusionist. This is again one of those staple water cards that I think has gotten a little bit worse now that Mismanaged Mortuary is a possibility.
I'm working on it, man. Okay, I've got too many voices in my head. We're gonna tap the tower. That's what we're doing.
Loading 4?
Don't take backsies, dude. No take backsies.
Yeah, I mean, it is take backsies.
No.
It's in the game. It's
no,
like
I've
the
done it.
golden rule.
I've done it.
By the way, I completely forgot to reintroduce. This is my co-commentator, Tom. He is coming back to join us for round 5.
Sacred Stag.
Here I am.
And it's good to have you.
Live from California. Yeah, it's great to be here.
Sorcery from
Virtually
coast to
here,
coast.
anyway. Coast to coast, yes. Coast to coast with the most.
All right, yeah, now we have, a lot of this is small, kind of cheap minions from the Battle Mage. The kind of thing that you would expect to see if they're running, like, 4 or 5 mana, maybe max.
Right.
He's going for that other Adept. And then on the other side, you see the Sorcerer with big, heavy beater, that Sacred Stag. And they're going to want to draw this game out so that they can start pulling out a lot of mana and a lot of big value stuff. I think I saw a Store Worm in her opening hand. And that will be a very large threat for the Battle Mage if she is able to get that to come out.
I see a core hiding in there. Or
Yeah,
was it
I
a
saw
chest? I think
I
it's
saw
one.
failed mutation, a core, and a shrink in there. All pretty decent battle mage options.
Kind of one of the interesting highlights of being able to see people deck shuffle. You know, like
Yeah.
ah,
I don't know.
sneak preview, but it may never appear.
Could be.
Yeah.
Okay. Okie dokie.
It is interesting though that stag is in the back
That one's sick.
or off to the side there.
Trinket?
So sick, man.
As opposed to
No!
directly on the sorcerer.
Yeah,
So mean.
because then you, for something like this where
Attempt to hit
maybe you want to put it there to either chump block some shots with that ward or threaten an aggressive play in response, because that battle mage is not big enough right now until it goes full Voltron to take on the stag.
Right.
Take two.
And even
Maybe
with
he's
that
just playing it
delusion,
off the side so that, or she is, so that it's not, he can't be attacked directly,
Yeah.
except for the back. The back could come in there because it's airborne, right?
but it sacks itself on the ward and would not actually gain the life because the damage is
No.
prevented from the ward.
Right. But it could at least pop the ward.
That's true. Yeah, that's one of the issues with Battle Mage, though, is, the life loss that you get from fighting there.
You need a wee bit of resiliency.
Yeah, and that gets a lot harder now that things like River of Blood are in the field. Like, Battle Mage is a really tricky proposition, and every time I've played this, because I've built and taken apart a few Battle Mage decks throughout Beta and Arthurian Legends, where it just felt like if you're not at Death's Door at the end, you're playing it wrong.
Yeah. I've gone to Death's Door and then met it.
Yeah.
I hadn't been real successful, but it was just a way of playing around, just to learn different playing styles, because I tend to be a little more of a build out and control. And when you play different avatars, it makes you think a little bit different how to approach the game, and it also helps when you're setting up against your opponents, because you at least have a little more feel for the mechanisms that drive them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've always been fascinated by the different ways you can build Battle Mage, even when you start expanding it up to 5 mana. Oop, I'm seeing another floodplain. I'm not really seeing anything not water.
It's going to come
in
up the
there.
corner there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, this produces one of the more interesting board states in here, where the one player is very aggressive, like an arrow straight at their opponent, and then the other one builds around it. So they have 2 places to defend, but also 2 places to launch off attacks into one centralized location.
Right.
Don't forget about that trinket, Emily. Put this turtle here.
Ooh, tough to turtle. One of my favorite minions. That's a great defender against something like bats, the Adept Illusionist, because the first thing it defends, it basically has a built-in ward.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess there. I guess we'll pass now.
Alrighty.
Warded turtles is just scary.
Yeah. Yeah, because you can choose their replacement effect to take effect first, and the best option is always to choose the turtle's innate ward, and then taking ward. Yeah, Count Tolstoy just pointed out in the chat, probably should have played the floodplain adjacent to that tower to activate the Leviathan faster. I mean, yeah.
That's a card.
Yeah, with that, they would be at 5 already, and that's 3 sites away.
We tap to go for a ruins.
But it could also be a play here of trying to figure out how to avoid a lot of this damage, because a lot of these little pings are going to be coming in real soon here. And you want to be able to block stuff and not lose your minions.
No bueno, no bueno.
That's how I'm feeling, my guy. gonna bother you if I reach over here and do this?
No. Do what you need to.
You think the battle mage is going to start moving in next turn, or are they going to go one more site before they advance?
They've got 4, and they've waited this long.
So the falconer.
I'm gonna say.
Well, we're friends.
My guess is they're gonna wait one more,
I'm not
and then they're
I'm
gonna go
not
really
worried about it,
aggressive with
right?
something like a
That's what I
whirling
can say.
blades.
The falconer is going to attack the sacred stag.
Why?
That or
Because
they
it's gonna-
blink up, go
it
into that
doesn't like it.
floodplains, and then whirling
He's a
blades
falconer.
next turn.
Sure.
All right.
Because it doesn't look like they're stacking equipment on it yet, which is what I would expect if it was going to
I
really
haven't-
be.
There's
into
no,
it.
yeah, there's no equipment that I've seen thus far.
Happens? All right.
I can't see
thing
his
about a
hand,
list
but
is that,
I know the cool thing.
They
I
can
know
show
their
you a
thing.
magic trick.
I know their thing.
Yeah, but
yeah, like you said, it's fun to hear people share and
Don't.
Yeah, I mean
do their
part
own
of
commentary.
the
a joy.
fun of this game is the players and the fact that people are just, oh my gosh,
Take 2.
What?
Kill.
that was Shrink into
Sorry,
Blaze
Shrink is
of
obviously on
Glory.
stag.
Obviously.
Yep. So Shrink reduces a nearby minion's power
I am
to
actually, you know,
0,
I'm not sure about a lot
and then
of
Blaze
things
of Glory
in life,
says you
but I
fight
am
nearby
sure about
enemies
that one, so-
one at a
Yes,
time,
the,
and you don't die until
Glory.
until you are done doing that.
are
So that
still at
Adaptolutionist
20.
killed the
Very
stag,
cool
killed the
trick, cool
turtles,
trick.
and then dealt 2 damage to the avatar.
I knew you had something up your sleeve, you fool.
Spectacular.
Yeah. It's unique for a reason, and it has swung many games away from me.
Goes from the board and
Oh, I'm
then-
sorry.
No, you're fine.
You know me. I'm just
And then that makes it clear that I can attack here for 2.
super clear.
Thank you.
Very clear.
Clean house.
13. Pass turn.
Yep, and then the vampire bats swing in for another 2.
Well,
And then he can just bring back those Adaptolutionists
not
next
that
turn.
specific one.
cool, but you got other stuff, and that's neat. That's neat. That's neat. Okay.
No mortuary this time.
Nope, not yet. It could happen. It looks like they're both playing at least a little bit of water. Yeah, if we're looking at the body of water, it looks like it's only 5. I always am
only 5.
checking. I'm checking the body of water every game that I am watching or I'm in, specifically because I really love Anui Undyne, and so I always am checking. Oh, what's the biggest body of water I can drop one in?
Yeah, I like that card a lot too. I just recently added it to Rusty, who's the Ironclad deck that I've been tuning. Because I kept seeing the game progress to the point it says I need a different sort of
Something
bomb.
bigger.
And it grows, and it's very scary.
The only
we played
issue
last
with
night. Yeah.
The only issue with
Please.
Anui Undyne, and the reason I actually ended up having to take them out of my deck, is because you remember what we were talking about earlier, the layers system.
Right.
We have Sir Peleus up on the screen.
Bud.
But talking about Anui Undynes, they are a 0 power, and because of the layer system, control control abilities take place before power increase abilities. So Pied Piper of Hamlin, which is one of the most played water uniques out of Gothic, takes control of your Anui before it gets pumped up to 5 power. So your opponent now has a 5 power minion. Yeah. Has +1 power for each site in her body of water, but she starts with 0, so she counts under Piper's ability to basically steal anything with one or less. Yeah.
Right.
All right, so we see the failed mutation come out, and the battle mage is starting to step up. This could be start of this. He hasn't really taken damage yet, and that could be because he's outvalued so far, but it could also be because she's got bigger things, bigger bombs. She has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana. I think. Okay, well that's 6. That's just enough for a store
I can't
worm.
attack there and do damage. I have to pop
You
it
can
first.
though, yeah. I want you to. I kind of want you
Yeah,
to. Take the bait, Sean. Take the bait.
Nuh-uh. Not today.
Okay.
So
where
my
are
guess would
we?
be Storeworm is going to come in on the floodplain or the deep ocean, and then try and swing on that lighthouse.
Checking my map now? Checking my map on my phone?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the exact thing that I'm counting.
Why?
Because it
Yeah.
gives me a timing window depending on what you're doing.
I think that that sorcerer player, yeah, she definitely needs to change the tempo of this game because there's a lot of stuff on board against her.
Oof, I don't like this.
Right, because we're looking at 7 next turn with nothing. If there's nothing out there to jump block or
Well, the battle
use on
mage
some sort of obstacle.
would need a way in order to advance, but in a battle, yep, there's the storeworm.
There's this one.
And not playing it where I thought it would be.
Oh, interesting. Yes.
Playing a very defensive position, like kind of forcing that that failed mutation to either maybe try and swing for the warded site.
It is 6, yes.
It's because it's water bound,
Yes, got it.
I would think. I don't know.
So I'm wondering which one of them has a movement spell, like a blink or a riptide. Because that feels like both of them are going to have that in their decks.
What's the new spell in Gothic that
I'm taking the bait.
all the units move in a
I know I said
in a line?
but that was
A
misdirection.
Is it scatter?
You got me.
No, not scatter.
You got me.
It's a water spell that pushes all the minions in a particular direction.
No, strangely enough, I can. I kind of figured that might happen.
Yep, I'm trying to see if I can
3 for 9.
figure out what it is we're talking about, but I think I know which card you're talking about. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, there's a beautiful card that was just played.
Brutal. That's brutal, my guy.
And that's, yes, it is brutal.
Pass the turn.
I know hurts.
Yeah.
Do I want that? You know what? Yeah, I think I still do it. I don't take a step.
Okay. Here, I got you.
Thank you.
It might be lure that you're discussing.
I do.
No, not lure. Let me see if I can.
There's a lot of forced movement in this now that I'm thinking about it. Oh, it's a wave of eviction. An allied water site overflows in a cardinal direction, flooding sites there this turn and carrying away enemies one step at a time.
Yeah. Now that won't carry your own units. That's the key on it, unlike the Riptide, which you can move anything around.
Okay, so we did move the Ino up.
Mm-hmm. He was debating that for a little while and said, why not?
Yeah, I mean, because theoretically you could get rid of it with the Storeworm.
I love cheese.
But it does a little bit of damage to your own avatar by using the Poison Breath, and you're already down.
That's crazy, dude. Good on
I
you.
totally
I love
forgot.
that for you.
You know.
There we go with the fist bump.
Okay, well let's do something.
Well, there's a lot of things. See, even in a fast-paced, aggressive match, there's a lot of thinking that has to go on in Sorcery, especially now that they have the added pressure of being on camera.
You're live.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's killing the Ino. Yep. Smart move. Ino is problematic is a good word for it.
Oh, sorry.
And moving the sorcerer over evaded any damage.
A lot easier, yeah.
I'm gonna cast. What do you want?
Play dodge
Yeah.
him.
Yeah, because the Storeworm's Poison Breath actually does not hit the site that he is on. It only hits the site in front of it, and then the one in front of that, and then 2 on the sides. Basically a T pattern.
Yep.
Yep, there we go, Lord of Lies.
That's gonna die. And to you, sir.
And here is the counterattack, because now you have that battle mage, which is not able on its own to take on the Lord of Lies. Failed mutation is also unable. And with 5 mana, it's really hard to get something that can power through a 6 body. You basically need removal, or you just have to chump block it until... She is, however, playing it very, very defensively.
Yeah. Not very aggressive play off to the side there.
And I mean, sometimes with the sorcerer, that's fine. Okay, this is asking the question of, do you want to trade your Lord of Lies for failed mutation and doing 6 to the battle mage, who will come in and strike it.
I'm gonna eat 5.
That goes back to my hand.
How many cards? Okay, the battle mage still has 3 cards in hand, despite not having basically killed any minions with it this game so far. Okay, I see Atlantean Fate and Swap, so yeah, she's definitely got plays left in here. Basically just waiting to bait out something big, making the swing.
2 spells in hand?
2 spells in hand.
Yeah, we're having in the commentary that they would have blocked the failed mutation and done that trade through that line with the battle mage.
Ooh. Trigger.
So Fields of Cambrian does mean that you're.
Yeah.
She wants to keep a frog.
I think that's
it kills all but 1 minion on each side. Because the battle mage only has 1, he gets to keep his failed mutation, but she has to get rid of either the Storeworm or the or the Lord of Lies. Which that's why he was.
Sean, that's so mean, nasty.
Well, with the Atlantean Fate in hand and the swap.
And I won't forget about this.
I would probably keep the Storeworm just because it's 1 extra damage in there, and you do need to go back up. Yeah, that line of play with the Fields of Cambrian was really good because you waited until she chose not to make that block. So taking the damage, and then you kill what would have been the blocker, the killed blocker anyway.
Hello, Kitty.
We are. We're so friends. We'll be friends after this, regardless, even if you flip it and I lose horribly.
I've made some comebacks today, let me tell you.
Yeah.
I don't know about today, but we'll see. We'll see.
Okay, and then I now see an Abaddon Succubus in this player, or in the Sorcerer's hand. So that's good, because we saw that in the last game. It does really well with the forced movement, and then the arbitrary heals on it. Count Tolstoy, I will not be repeating that in the chat. But yeah, the Abaddon Succubus is really great at just forcing things into lines of fire and ways to just heal arbitrarily, which you kind of need right now because 7 to 20 is not where you want to be.
Not against Battle Mage.
No.
For sure. It's just, we were mentioning earlier that if your Battle Mage is not drained any life of their own after many turns, what is going on? Well, that's interesting because he's stayed at full health life throughout.
They are at 18 minutes left in the round. In about 3 minutes, I'm going to go in and warn them that they are at the 15-minute timer.
I don't know if this is the play, you guys.
Chat, help her.
Yeah, chat, you have all seen and heard what is in the sorcerer's hand. What would you do in this?
See what happens. We gotta see what happens, I guess.
Sound off in the comments how you would respond to this situation.
The
Okay, she's gonna go there.
Ooh, dang,
All
I just
right.
played that cat.
I'm
Okay,
gonna
okay.
lower your failed mutation up.
Taking the two, doing the 2 damage there. And then does she have a kill for it?
Ooh. How is it every time you just need 1 more mana? How does that happen? How does it happen like that?
Yeah, my
We're gonna
favorite.
tap. Just we'll do the thing.
Just clear the board.
Everything?
Yeah, kill everything, and then you also take
Okay.
1.
Yep.
Hey,
First
she's on the
blood, first
she's on the
blood,
board
I'm
with the
excited.
battle
Let's go.
with the battle mage taking
Here's
a single
how I
damage
make
from
my
the poison
comeback.
spray.
You ready?
Yeah.
You ready?
No.
I mean, that's it for
I'm
my
not,
turn. but-
obviously. I mean,
Yeah.
First blood.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting now to see whether this sorcerer goes for a sight for turn and takes that turn off to do the damage,
5.
or to drop something big, double spell.
Dragonettes. Pass Pingu for 1.
You don't have to.
All right,
I
going to
want
4.
Sean,
This is
dude, You could
rough.
play it here
I
or
could.
here.
I could play any one of those
Hear me
locations.
out. Just
Is
hear me
this
out.
where you play the Atlantean Fate to kill
It'd be sick.
the dragonettes and to turn off
High five.
basically all of his threshold?
Yeah.
Doesn't that sound fun?
No.
Okay,
I would
that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
do
Not for
that.
me, personally.
Yeah, he's got what, 2, maybe 3 cards in hand, and a lot of them don't appear to be a lot of. Well,
Spook,
he's
dude.
played a bunch of
Don't
water
give me
stuff, but
that.
I don't know that there's a lot
You are
left
not spooked,
in that
and
tank.
I know that.
Yeah. And based on watching the card play, you would think that your opponent would have more exposure if you were to deny them their threshold.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna tap for another one.
That battle mage doesn't have a whole lot of exposure in general, just because it is a 3-power beater on its own.
Right.
I'm gonna tap for a sight.
She's tapping for the sight. Okay. After drawing a spell for turn, that's... yeah, that feels like a... I think that's a misplay.
That's silly.
Well, she'll take damage unless she does Fate from the Dragonette, because it's in...
Yeah, I think unless she Atlantean Fates on the Dragonette, she'll go to door.
Right.
Most likely. She could also move the
Well-
Storeworm up.
Yeah, would you go to door anyway? He's got a trinket.
Then yeah,
so
that's
you
door
can
either
do it. You
way.
can bring the door himself, but the Dragonette is a threat for finishing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to have to be dealt with sooner rather than later, I would suspect.
Okay, I see an Adept Illusionist, a toolbox in hand. Then there's that failed mutation, a swap, and Atlantean Fate. So there is an interesting line of play. At this point, what if you Adept Illusionist on top of your Storeworm,
Sean, don't look at me like that.
then swapped it
Friends, we're friends. Don't forget.
with the Colikies?
Okay.
It at least give you some kind of presence on the board. Your Storeworm can deal with the Colikies, and then the Battle Mage has to get to you, which is the real danger right now.
Yeah, because she could move. Well, she can't move the sorcerer now. She's already committed by tapping. But
Yeah,
you could swap. You could take out the Dragonette. You'll have a little pressure on the back row because he's probably going to ignore that and just go into full attack.
Just blitz.
Blitz. But you can start chipping away. You got life total. A rather precarious position, one way or another.
Yeah, I think there's not really any way around it of going to door, but I'm seeing Count Tolstoy mutation into Adept and pass, basically just throw up the blockers. I don't think that's a bad decision. But I think she needs to figure out something proactive. Yeah.
You'll have to deal with the Dragonette You know what that?
But if you can put up
Protect the
blockers,
Well, if you have the blockers in front, they would absorb.
yeah, she's got enough mana to put up blockers to honestly probably prevent her from going to door this turn. See, I would put the Adept Illusionist in front of the Colisees, throw the failed mutation onto the Tadpole pool. Is a blocker against the Battle Mage.
Right, because that'll at least get some damage and more damage in.
You know who that guy is.
I do.
You know that guy.
Yeah.
The Dragonet doesn't need to attack Count. All it needs to do is just ping the door. Okay.
Okay. That was interesting.
That's certainly a play, yeah.
And that will take out the Dragonet. Right?
That's if the Storeworm chooses to fire on it.
I'm going to cast him here, actually, so when I do the swap, Storeworm will be here.
Okay, just a quick take back there. Sorcery is a very friendly, not necessarily competitive game. Still at 4 life. That's
pretty good.
Precarious.
Pretty good.
But not on door yet.
Sean.
It's pretty good.
Sean, don't do something crazy. We're friends.
Poison Dagger.
I don't like that worm.
What does that do? An ally flies to target weaker minion and strikes upon arrival. Hey, you know what's...
Okay, there we go. That's going to be door.
Harpian, right?
Yeah, this is a new card from Gothic that basically is a one-time use of the Clamor of Harpies ability.
No, I'm going crazy, and I just
Fly to a weaker minion.
Really, like you took out.
They attack them.
You took out the homies.
Do you know how much brain power that just took me? And just for that to be so silly, that was silly.
And then I came
And the
through and I'm
Storeworm is not in position to defend. I think.
I don't like that.
No.
I don't like that one bit.
I think that's door.
Yep. Oh, there you go, door. And
then if you can't kill the Colisees and deal with the Battle Mage next turn, that's game.
From my perspective, I was like scaredy. You know, you were like, you're not actually scared, and I was, and now I'm not really that scared anymore.
you can deal with the Kalkis with Atlanteans at this point.
I'll shoot you for 1.
Yeah, but I mean that's 5 of your 6 mana.
Yeah.
Man,
Yep.
That it's just a rough.
I wonder what the right plan
I'd almost move to the tower to get defended by the Storeworm, because if he's got it, he's got it.
Right.
And then drop a new threat onto the floodplain.
What are the odds? What are the odds that I top deck a deep sea? You know?
Pretty good.
Oh yeah, she's waiting for the
I'm gonna draw a spell.
Answer.
that Island Leviathan.
No matter what
is the issue.
You have to know.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna laugh if it is.
I don't want to know. It's better that I don't know. It is better that I don't know.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
I gotta probably move.
Ah, you're right. Count's right. The worm is waterbound. Can't defend onto that land. Yeah, that's.
Yep. So she's going to need some other minion.
Something else, yeah.
Something else.
2 spells.
Yeah, you can't go into the deep sea because the Colisees just move and there's nothing stopping their line. Okay, Hydra's
okay. That's
a little
okay.
terrifying. Yeah, I can see that.
That's big enough of a threat. You know, yeah. You can...
I mean, he might be top decking a kill spell here.
Yeah.
No, oh, maybe not. Maybe not.
You're gonna hit my site for 3?
She's also not moving that Storeworm in.
Sorry, instead of move, I'm gonna tap draw site, pester.
Oh, he doesn't have a kill spell. That's the issue.
Yeah.
He wants to put one in, one there for the Dragonets to move right next to the field and in front of the well, the Blessed Well.
But the worm is still a barrier at this point.
That is true. But
So even if you move the Dragonet over, hey, it's a mosquito.
Yeah, Blessed Well, the ward is gone on it. It's really just a basic water site now.
really wish I had my
I-
Lord eyes.
Look, the problem is things are.
That
This
might
is
be
not
really not
even
smart.
entirely
I don't know.
a finished game state,
Okay.
but it is
I'm
not
gonna
looking
move-
good for
I'm
that
gonna
sorcerer.
start moving this thing.
Okay.
Okay, she
Move
needs
in.
a new blocker down, or else it is game, I think.
I'm gonna attack your battle mage for 6.
I take 6. Down to 13.
Okay, some damage on the board.
Thing. She tapped to draw another spell, I guess.
I think that might be what it is.
To do something.
So she's not going to be able to play the Atlantean Fate and a blocker here. I don't think that's...
My store worm into you.
I'm going to take 7. Down to
Okay, this
6.
is what I was talking about with the comeback.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
You do.
You didn't
But
see
she
it?
needs.
On board.
Oh yeah, I can't. Why
Well,
would I do that?
There's no blocker.
But even
There's
if
no
you
blocker.
had done that,
Yeah.
I have you in a different
Yeah.
way, so I'll draw a spell.
I don't know what
Ooh,
I'm
finally,
doing.
that would have been good a couple turns
I
ago.
don't know what I'm doing,
But
Yep.
I can actually
I
tap
actually don't know how to play this game.
and play
Yeah,
the
just
Oasis.
move.
Move, shoot.
Move that over. There you go.
Yeah, she wasn't thinking of
I'm
the
so
Oasis line.
tired.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
Yeah.
Hey, just
I
so
think
you know,
sometimes
wasn't a
in
deep
the moment we lose track
Dude,
of game state.
Yep.
Man,
Game state's such an
I think
important part of
maybe I
this.
should've- I think maybe I should.
I am going to cut this and let you...
I mean, for like positioning purposes.
All right. Actually, we are going to run to a break while I go congratulate them. We will see you back
Okay.
for our round 6, our final match. What I believe is our final match of the day.
Have it. Like I had.
See you in a few.
Stay
what am I
tuned.
supposed to do with Battle Mage, right? Like you can't do it. He can't do anything.
You didn't think about fading the Dragonettes?
I did think about it for a second.
All right. Welcome back to SorceryCon, the Constructed Championship. This is round 6 of 8. This will be the last round for today. There will be 2 rounds to determine the top 8 cut. Those will happen tomorrow morning. But for today, we have a really fun match. 2 of my favorite avatars in general. Down at the bottom here, we have Lucy. Those of you who know Sorcery know Lucy. She is Pete, also a very famous person in Sorcery. His kid. And up on top, we have Peter, who is running an altar of Wave Shaper. It looks like Godzilla. That is, in fact, a Wave Shaper. We can get into those abilities as we go through the game, but they are running through their mulligan right now. This is really diametric forces right here. Wave Shaper really wants a big body of water, and the Avatar of Earth, the entire game plan is to move around sites and to mess things up so that you can hit at an opponent's site right in front of you.
Okay. You're ready.
Windmill?
Windmill, sure.
Pass.
I'll draw a spell.
All right, right up front, we probably see the splash color for
will
Avatar
play
of
Springer.
Earth. A little bit of air is probably in there.
Put in my spell book.
Always a good color to splash in,
we can do
especially
that.
for Avatar of Earth with something like Grapple Shadow Blinks.
I don't like that very much.
Yeah, I think that Air Earth is the best.
All right, as we go
color
into the...
combination for Avatar of Earth.
Sadly, I don't have the Apex ready.
Okay.
Oh, look at that. It's a new card from Gothic. One of my favorite arts, by the way, from Dan Seagrave. The Base of Babel. So yeah, it makes sense in a Earth Air deck. You can just like get away with playing 3 of those Base of Babel and the Apex.
Yeah, I've been
maybe
seeing a lot more of those being played lately.
We're gonna play
I
Thin
see
Ice.
people getting off the build
You know it.
every so often on
Good. I'm
TTS.
gonna say go.
Okay.
So, that's actually a really good side to play on turn 2 for the Wave Shaper. That's going to have a major impact on who is this? Peter on Avatar of Earth?
Oh, I think Lucy's on Avatar of
Oh,
Earth.
of course, yeah. Lucy's the Avatar of Earth
Yeah.
player.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, she's gonna have a struggle getting into Peter's body of water here with that Thin Ice blocking the way. Most of her
At least-
minions or at least half, or some of her minions are definitely going to be 5 power.
Mm-hmm. Crusade is probably doing a little bit of work here to just go on the river at least and ask for Peter to have some like force movement to push it on the thin ice. To be fair, it's there we go. Talking about force
Yeah,
movement.
there it is, the Koinixie thin ice
and
combo.
thin ice. If there's something that is nothing more meta shaping than this combination, I would say, right? Thin ice and Koinixie, who would have thought?
But the one cool thing that Lucy will have in her back pocket is the Dalcian Phalanx. The Dalcian Phalanx can't be forced to move backward to the thin ice, so if she can throw down a Phalanx sometime soon, then
One thing that's really
yeah.
interesting here too about this crusade is it's forcing the wave shaper or incentivizing the wave shaper to build on the other side, which is allowing Lucy to put more earth sites around that thin ice, which is probably going to be where she's going to be attacking with her avatar later in the game.
I think Lucy
Wow,
just made her first mistake here.
Yeah, the Devil Vampire probably don't want to be there unless you have a very good reason to.
Kill for sure. I think she just made a mistake.
Yeah, maybe she's never seen the interaction before. No, she's gonna learn the hard way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In general, I think like for
not a
Earth,
lot of
it's
good
pretty hard.
options on the Dap roll anyway. Like you could have played the pillar off to the left and then summon it there, or put it back on the windmill. Maybe if you've got some movement options. But either way you cut it, wherever this vampire was going to attack, it was going to get got by that Nixie. So
yeah.
The cool thing is with the Crusade on the spot where it is and having the Pillar of Cyrus next to the thin ice, that makes the Avatar of Earth attack a little bit bigger. So not blocking out on the next to the thin ice means that the Avatar of Earth would hit for a total of 5, which is a clock of 4. So
yeah, that is
maybe
good for
that's
Lucy.
that is there we see Lucy. She's
This
doing
Nixie out
fantastic
too.
for her age in that game.
What a defensive setup though that Peter has here. I mean, he's gotten 2 thin ices, a babbling brook. He has Plague of Frogs. He has Koinixie, and now he has the hag. What's her name again?
Mm-hmm.
Nelly.
Nelly.
Nelly Longarm.
So even though the Crusade is out there, it's.
Speaking of Nelly, if you want to talk about
You
some
know what I would-
nightmare-inducing art, the arms are too long on that minion.
Yeah.
They're very long.
I mean, she's Nelly Longarm, right? She's supposed to have like long arms.
Yeah, but if you look at the art, you don't really get it until you see it, and it's just horrible. It's just terrifying.
It is. I would really enjoy an Apex of Babel into a Creator Ice here, just to make sure all those submerged minions are going to be done. I don't really know if is there for Earth another way of dealing with submerged minions? I really can't think of anything off the top of my head.
No, not for Mono Earth, but Lucy could be playing Black Plague.
Yeah.
And that could help.
Yeah. Or the Hounds of Honduras and air would also be something.
But these frogs
Be
are
super
just...
slow, but at least it's an answer.
These frogs are going to take a lot of blocks, for the Avatar. And as you can see, Lucy is interested in moving the Avatar up and getting into combat with that as fast as possible.
Yeah.
Because with these thin ices and Nelly and...
I think that's the correct call.
It's just going to be too difficult for her minions to ever really get profitable attacks in.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The problem is when she gets on that thin ice, if a lot of Wave Shaper decks traditionally run things like Pirate Ship, and that could be a real problem for the Avatar of Air or Earth.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Especially if you like most of your...
Once she does get up there...
Probably have to waste one of your grapple shots to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, like all the Earth removal is probably...
water minions.
There we see the Riptide.
Yeah, not even gonna let this unicorn attack.
And the Koinixie doing
for
her
a
thing
frog.
again. Oof, this is such tough. I think for a new player, if you have to face, you play your third game of Sorcery and you have to play against Thin Ice and Koenigsee in the middle of the board, you're getting frustrated.
Earthquake, sure. Where are we doing it?
Which is
Earthquake.
yeah, which is just what the
Earthquake.
game is currently.
I like that. Now the Avatar of Earth can attack. That was a good play.
Yeah, I like that. I think I would have kept the Island Leviathan back and moved the Wave Shaper forward, just so that if that Island Leviathan ever does become active, it doesn't have an immediate place to attack.
Well, there is a frog. It's kind of hard to see. There's a frog underneath the Wave Shaper, and Lucy just wanted to get in some damage this turn.
Oh yeah, I didn't notice that. Good catch.
Just one little frog.
I wish we could get a better view of this altered Wave Shaper art. It looks pretty sweet.
The Godzilla art.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we just opened up that new store, and that the Godzilla wave
Yeah,
art.
the mural is amazing. I love that.
Yeah, it was the inspiration for that mural, so I love that artwork. It is cool. But yeah, I mean, Lucy has so much defense here. I mean, along with the Wave Shaper. I mean, we haven't even seen the Wave Shaper use this ability yet because we haven't seen any big minions come out from Lucy's side. But
well, we
yeah,
have seen some minions, but they've just been
a couple 4-power minions. Yeah.
You know, eaten
Round
by
immediately.
this Nixie.
Yeah. I'm not sure if the Avatar of Earth has like much bigger minions. To be fair, I think it is more or less like the unicorn and the vampires.
No, it'll
right?
be playing with Dalcian Phalanx or Pudge Butcher, Atlas.
Yeah, but they're around the same size, right?
They're all 5-power. So there's
like 4 to 5.
5-power minions. So Atlas Wanderers is another big one. So but yeah, 4-power is very different from 5-power in my book.
I'll pull you in here.
Sure. It is bigger. You're right on that. Yeah. All right, here we see the interesting that she decides to move forward.
No,
Makes
this
her
is the
attack a
Nixie
little bit.
pulling it. So this is Wave Shaper trying to
Oh, it's a Nixie,
put
I
the
see.
avatar
Yeah.
into a position where it's only 2 power instead of 5.
Yeah. Yeah, Nixie is such a powerhouse for sure.
Oh my goodness. Now we have Anui Undyne
Ooh.
coming
5
out.
power Anui is going to be big. This is what I was talking about. Wave Shaper has some of these like beefy waterbound minions that can make it really difficult for aggressive avatars if they want to get onto the water sites to attack.
Yeah. And now with Nelly Longarms and Koenigsee to keep pulling the Avatar of Earth into Lucy's body of water and having the Wave Shaper to add to the body of water. Even if Lucy plays a minion out, the Wave Shaper can just tap down the minion and then turn that site into a water site. It's going to be tough from here on out for Lucy.
Phalanx, sure.
There's a Phalanx. But yeah, we saw Lucy show a Root Spider. The Root Spider does absolutely nothing in this matchup. Unfortunately, that's just going to be a dead card for Lucy. As soon as she plays it, it will just get, if she plays it, buried.
Yeah, we'll probably see it just be an attacker on the surface this game, if anything.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And I mean, to be fair, at least the Root Spider, if it's not under the Crusade, it wouldn't get drowned by Koenigsee because it's in total not 5 power. But yeah, for sure, not a card that you want to see in that matchup, particularly.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a tough matchup for Lucy here in the first place, probably.
I just don't think that there is a way that she's going to be able to remove the Anui Undyne. As if the Anui Undyne gets up to 6 power, which it probably will here this turn, then a grapple shot won't do it anymore.
Yeah.
We saw Lucy play Phalanx over in the
Oh.
middle here too. It seems clear that Lucy wasn't planning on using the grapple shot anyway. But I suppose the Crusade would add
We want to see
power to the Phalanx.
True. Yeah, and she does have air, so it's possible that she does have something like Chaos Twister.
Oh my god. Mesmerism on the Phalanx. It feels pretty. It's your favorite card, Kyle, from what I know right now.
But the Phalanx,
You're always talking good about it.
the Phalanx shouldn't be tapped here.
It is tapped because the Nixie taps it when it pulls it forward.
Oh, the Nixie pulled it. Right.
Yeah. So rather than taking a step forward, the Wave Shaper, it looks like Peter wanted to play Babbling Brook instead. If he had taken a step forward, he would have been able to mesmerize and then get in for 5.
Yeah.
So it sounds like my guess is that he's just trying to get to this island Leviathan as fast as possible and valuing that over the faster damage.
Go ahead.
Well, he probably has 6 mana Hydras or something like that in his
Lord of Lies. His
his library, his spellbook. So yeah, Lord of Lies would be devastating here. I think it's. I mean, honestly, Lucy's already in a devastating position.
Yeah, this is going to be almost impossible to come back from. Barring something
seeing
crazy
one
off of
side in
Apex
one
of Babel.
spell, and
Yeah,
it
like
has
Felix
to
was
be,
saying.
exactly. It has to be Apex of Babel plus Crater Ice, and we're praying for that to happen. I haven't seen that once. It's the Root Spider. It's fine.
So
she's luring him in, making him sure that he's gonna win, and then it's just the Apex into Crater Ice.
So unfortunately, she did play it
Smirched?
burrowed. Yeah.
There's not really a lot of options for this Root Spider to get value, and the Phalanx is threatening to attack for 5 next turn. And this Root Spider here at least forces the Wave Shaper to tap to flood it. It's not great, but it is an option. The other option would be just to leave it up top to chump block with, but then you'd have to play it all the way back on the windmill. Or not even that, because the Nixie could just attack and use its ability to tap it down, so.
I'll draw a.
Yeah, she's in a tough spot for sure.
Yeah, it's a sad place to be, but it is maybe the best way to play this Root Spider.
I'm gonna tap Wave Shaper. I'm gonna choose a site near my body of water. Flood this.
Those
Yeah, we were.
Tokens are sweet.
We were saying just before the match started, before we got on stream, that Avatar Bear was going to have a tough time playing up against the Wave Shaper, and I think that that's exactly what happened here.
Yep.
Wave Shaper just mono water. Wave Shaper has just too many tools against what Avatar of Earth is trying to do. Being able to move the Avatar of Earth around with Koi Nixies, I mean, that's just tough.
Yeah, Lucy at Death's Door here with Nelly means that barring something like a teleport, like tap to play a air site and then teleport, I don't know what her options are going to be to survive the next turn.
So one interesting thing about Ennui Undine, I think still currently there's the rule in place where if a player plays Pied Piper, an opponent plays Pied Piper, then they would take control of the Ennui Undine because the base power of Ennui Undine is 0. Is that still correct? Can y'all confirm?
Yeah,
that?
that's correct. It's because of the way that the layers system works in this game, and essentially control of a unit is in a layer that's different from the power modifications layer. And so basically when you're looking at something that might conflict, for example, Pied Piper gaining control of all 1 power or less things, and something that buffs the power or even reduces the power, the control is in a layer above the power setting or power modifications. So you just control it, and then later on, when you're looking at the layers, those other things aren't applying to that particular effect.
Yeah, water is so powerful right now. You can almost play water with any avatar at the moment. But there are some cards that are good against the water. The issue is the cards that are best against water are in water.
Yes.
So it becomes a
best
water
way to
fest.
fight against water is to do some weird tech with your own water stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah, I want to put together a Avatar
That how the
fire
saying
list.
goes, fight water with water.
I want to put together an Avatar fire list for the summit tournament and just have it be mono water.
Can I not attack here? Okay.
An Avatar of Fireless, mono water just to prove a point.
Just because the water spells and sites are so powerful right now, like you said, you can slot in a whole bunch of different avatars.
Yeah.
So I think it's possible to do well just with the spellbook. Obviously, you'd be at a disadvantage, but
Yeah.
that's
You
how
could
real
play
I think water is.
Mismanaged Mortuary against Pathfinder Fire, and then play Flame Caller, and then use the Flame Caller to banish the fire minions from the Fire Pathfinder Cemetery.
That might be
That's
the
what you
real
should
play.
do.
Yeah, mono
Do
water
that.
flame collar with
Yeah.
mismanaged mortuary. And like crossroads.
That would be crazy.
Just dig it up.
That would be wild. It could
Yeah.
work.
All right, you've inspired me. I was gonna do Avatar of Fire, but this actually
You
seems
have
like
to do the Flame Caller.
a slightly more real plan. Yeah.
Oh,
So,
interesting.
looks like life
Mermaids.
totals are. Something's happened with the life totals. For some reason, I thought that Lucy was on death's door last turn, but that may have been just an error on the phone that they've since fixed.
Hmm.
Okay.
Sir Galahad.
Oh, Sir Galahad.
Doesn't have the second air threshold, unfortunately, to afford Galahad.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always the issue with Avatar of Earth. You always want to get in to the fray as soon as possible, but it's very common to not hit that second air threshold, or if you're in fire, second fire threshold by site 5, and you just have to keep drawing sites. It can be frustrating because you fill your atlas with so many Earth sites to make sure that you have a beefy Avatar of Earth, but sometimes it bites you.
So Lucy was
Is that-
able to. Okay, yeah, Marcellus is saying it was a thin ice misplay. With the door thing, basically the Anui, I guess, was supposed to be under the thin ice and not able to attack. So that's what's looking like what had happened. So they had to walk that back. That makes a lot of sense. And Lucy's actually kind of trying to claw her way out of this. She's managed to kill off the phalanx that was mesmerized and retreat back to a more safe position. Although this Nixie can drag her avatar back onto the Island Leviathan. Although now that the Anui is underwater here, it's not a direct threat, which is good.
Yeah, it seems like Peter might not have considered that. Oh,
well,
the Undertow.
And here comes Undertow plus Nixie to pull her all the way back to the back row again. We'll see if he has Riptide to move her over onto the Anui's site.
All right, Anui's moving.
Just the misplacement of the Anui makes it.
One thing that this is
quite a
going to do
long way for it.
is it is going to trigger the Mariner's Curse. Which means that Peter will just have to replay that if he wants it on the board.
Right, because the Mariner's Curse doesn't require the minion to be on the surface to trigger.
It's just whenever it enters an affected site.
Pretty alright.
Whenever a minion enters an affected water site, submerge it and return Mariner's Curse to its owner's hand. So hopefully they're hearing this and they realize that the curse should go back to hand. Not sure if it will play a vital role here, but
yeah, on this board state, it's well, it is going to be a little relevant, right? Because next turn, the Wave Shaper, assuming they draw a water site, is going to be able to activate the Island Leviathan. And if that Island Leviathan wants to attack the Avatar of Earth directly by moving back, it would drown.
I played no spells that turn. For what it's worth, that's fine. The Mariner's Curse can be my hand. It means I don't have to ask a question anymore.
all right. So it looks like they did catch it. Return the curse back to Peter's hand.
Everyone at home thinks I don't know how to play my deck, dude. Bruh.
Here comes Lucy for 5 damage.
Yeah, well, I was
Wave
also
Shaper
like
down to 8, so life totals are even. This Island Leviathan, though,
Just
is
takes one more.
likely gonna door her next turn.
Yeah, one more water threshold to get activated.
Now, obviously, the Wave Shaper could draw something like a Wizard's Den if they're included that in their atlas and not have the threshold. We'll find out.
That's true.
I will draw a sight.
Yeah, between the frogs, the thin ices, the koi nixie.
Play Watery Grave.
This has been an uphill climb for Lucy.
Now, here's that 8th water
So
threshold.
This transforms into Big Dog. 1, 2, 3,
Here comes the Leviathan.
5. We got one right here.
Putting her on door.
Rubble, and it is.
And I imagine the Leviathan just attacks the avatar directly here rather than moving.
I will bash you for 8. That's door, right?
Why is that, Kyle? Why would you not move?
Well, once your opponent is on death's door, they usually need to run away. So if you have a unit directly on top of them, it basically means that anywhere that they move, they're still going to be adjacent to that threat. So, for example, if the Island Leviathan had attacked the Pillar of Zeros, Lucy could then try to run away. The
step?
Koi Nixie is going to make running away
Make it
pretty
harder.
difficult. Yeah.
I think that the Island Leviathan could have attacked the base of Babel to prevent something like a blink
Now
from
here's
helping
Lucy
get away.
flashing us a divine healing that was likely her
Yeah.
draw step for the turn, which is always
That
heartbreaking when you
is-
see that after you've been put to death's door.
Yeah, it is happening way too often that turn you get to death's door and your next draw is a healing spell.
Yeah, that happens all the time.
Oh yeah, she's yeah. You're good. She is a 5. It's fine. We're fine. Yeah, no, you're good.
I attack for 5. You go down to 3.
Yep.
Lucy's coming in for an attack here. Dropping Wave Shaper
Putting
down
him
to
down
3.
to 3.
Well, that's a rubble.
Good catch. Good catch.
So she can't attack the rubble there. But, oh, she's trying to take him to door, so that is very relevant.
Got it. Death's door. Let's go.
So, oh, so he's not actually at door.
Yeah, unlikely to matter here as she's probably just...
Yeah, she's just going out with a bang.
Yeah. Yeah, but good fight from Lucy for sure. I think that was almost unwinnable from turn 4 on.
A nightmare matchup, and honestly, the worst set of sights and minions she could have seen from the Wave Shaper. Not to mention Mesmerism, which can just win a game on its own.
Yeah, but good game to both of them, I think.
Yeah, well played.
Mono water is just so powerful right now. Or water, honestly, any heavy water deck. You could pair water with anything. I like water with air, but I think
Water with air is nice.
anything.
Yeah, you get the sticky big minions to pair with stuff like Grapple and Whirling Blades, which is nice, and you get a whole bunch of things in your toolbox to deal the death blow.
Or
I also
playing
like,
Imposter.
yeah, Water Earth is a little interesting. You get a lot of aggressive low curve minions, but that color combination tends to have trouble closing out the game once the opponent's at death's door.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say about mono water. Mono water often does have difficulty closing out the game, but with things like Koi Nixie and Nelly Longarms able to pull the Avatar of Earth here back to wherever Peter would want to bring the Avatar of Earth to, then yeah, Lucy just really had a slim chance of ever getting on top in this match.
For sure. Wish we could have seen an Apex of Babel. That would have been fun.
Yeah. I wonder if you probably still don't really want to include Creator Rise or like the big mana spells, even with the Apex and the Babel.
Yeah,
Because it's just like too unlikely to happen.
They're just cards you're not going to play unless you have them and the Apex and the base all at the right time. So, just a little difficult to have it line up. And with Avatar of Earth, you're rarely going to be in a position where you have 8 sites on the board. Although she was playing landmass, I do wonder how many landmasses are in the deck. But I imagine that that's just a way
Mhm.
for her to get enough of her sites under her that she can continue casting spells while getting aggressive with the avatar.
Hmm.
Yeah.
But I think that was the last match of the day.
It sounds like they're cutting it a little short, and then they're going to do the final 2 rounds of Swiss tomorrow morning before cutting to top 8.
All right.
Yes.
Well, thank you everybody for tuning in.